Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, July the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and see my screen in the main room. I'm waiting for Torty in our YouTube room. We have a little delay sometimes. Just let me know, guys, in our YouTube room, you can hear me, see my screen. So listen, before I get into this CrowdStrike, the CRWD, William, can you do a little bit of analysis on CMA? CMA is an earnings play, and obviously maybe the market was expecting more because they beat by 0.34 EPS. The revenue was a little bit up, but obviously the market was expecting a lot more. That's all I can think of because this is just getting hammered down. CMA is now, thank you, R, in our YouTube room. Thank you very much. Yeah, because CMA is getting hammered down here. It's a pretty big float, 131 million, down 11%. It's an earnings play coming right into the 200-day moving average. Okay, profit dropped from last year. Okay, thanks, guys, and YouTube, everybody in YouTube. Yeah, it was a revenue beat and EPS beat, but oh well. Let's see if that 200-day moving average can hold because it's sitting right on top of it now. 49.73 is the 200-day. It's right at 49.80. So yeah, so with this CrowdStrike, CRWD, I woke up this morning like everybody else. I had no idea what happened overnight, but yeah, pretty devastating. I guess I had to roll back a software release. I guess it was not, they're claiming it wasn't a hack. It was just some kind of one error in the code or something like that. But that has wreaked havoc, airlines, banks, etc. So yeah, CrowdStrike is still down 11.9%. So people were wondering, okay, how about Sentinel? Okay, competitors to CRWD. So here's Sentinel. Some of the other ones are up. Sentinel is coming right into that 200-day moving average, though, so that might stall it. Well, in fact, okay, I'm going to get to this one, Nyama. So HE, yeah, HE, what a move. Well, it's not necessarily negative news. I think the whole idea is that maybe they can put it behind them, okay, and that's HE. Agreed to pay more than, I know it's $4 billion. Maybe they thought it was going to be more, but they can kind of put it behind them, etc. This has been ongoing for years now, it seems. So anyway, there's HE and a big pop for HE. Big float, 109 million. That's a massive pop. Serve. So Serve, I guess their news is that NVIDIA disclosed a stake in an investment in the company. So Serve Robotics up 80% pre-market after NVIDIA discloses an investment stake in the company, 62,500 shares. At $4 a share. So where are we? Yeah, so that's pretty good. Good for this company, guys. SCRV, and that's why the pop 67%. Pretty low float, 23 million in the float. Now, if you were in the room yesterday, I was talking about NAS and IVP as two potential ones that could have a run at the end of the day, towards the end of the day, because I left at 2:30. I was able to take advantage of the NAS run, okay? Not the full one, but I did take advantage of the NAAS run. And look at IVP. IVP also ran. This is yesterday, okay? This is yesterday's action right here. So that's right around 2:15, and it got all the way up from, I'm sorry, I'm going to have IVP. IVP. What's going on here? There we go. There's that big run for IVP. I picked the wrong guys. I picked the NAS instead of the IVP. IVP ran from 13 up to 16. Still up 2.4% this morning. All right, guys, this is sneak. I'm not talking about the AUGX. AUGX is a buyout, so no point in talking about it. It's a buyout. SHPH. Okay, so this is now just ripping here. And there is some news on this one. It's under a dollar, 71 cents right now. So they did just pump out some news, and that is for the SHPH. So we've got NAS NAAS, and we have CAS CAAS. A couple of China stocks. CAS is up also. They declared a special dividend of 80 cents. And Corsair, now Corsair, there you are, CRSR, trading lower after the company reported preliminary financial results below the estimates. They don't actually release until August the 1st. Gosh, it's almost August. Where's the summer going, guys? Anyway, a couple of weeks from now, they release, but they're basically conditioning the market, saying it's not going to be great. So that is Corsair, CRSR. Yeah, I mean, Netflix was all over the place last night. The release earnings, you're talking about Netflix, Trade 25. Yeah, I mean, it was all over the place. I mean, it had a drop down to 600. I don't know how many shares that was, up to 658, basically flat now. It's up $5, but only up 0.81%. So I don't know what's going to happen here. Target raise to 650 from 600 by Piper Sandler. So I have a question in our YouTube room regarding Silo from Brandon. Yeah, I mean, Silo, it's one of those, I always have to be aware of these little guys springing up financing, and that's what they've done. So the financing is at 275, so it's below the financing price right now. Nothing more I can really add on it. Price at 275. Yeah, 275 a share. So it is underneath the financing price. Not much more I can say about it. You have to hope if I don't know if you're in it right now or you're just wondering maybe to get in it. I would probably have to wait at least until it got up to the financing price, 275, see how it traded there, see if it moved above it, and then see if 275 can be a bit of a base. But right now, anybody's guess where this is going. It's such a low float, 3.5 million in the float. At least they were able to take reasonable advantage of the share price pop, okay? Because I mean, a week and a half ago, this was an 87 cent stock. So they were at least able to take advantage of doing a financing a lot higher than the price was a week and a half ago. So good on them, I guess. Halliburton, HAL. This is an earnings play. I've noticed it was starting to drift down. Halliburton, HAL is an earnings play also. So down through the 200-day moving average yesterday, and now it's continuing down. So CMA is holding 50. CMA is holding 50. It's an earnings play, down 11%. That's a big percentage move with that float. Yeah, let's see anything else here. Yeah, I don't usually talk about the ones that are under a dollar too much, but there they are. NVOS. I think drug is under a dollar also, maybe just over a dollar now. Bright Minds, Sciences. Okay, I don't see any specific news. I think this is all about, this is it. MDMA therapy. Yeah, this is all these psychedelic. I guess we'll call it the psychedelic sector now. So CMA is holding 50, guys. CMA is holding that 200-day moving average at least. I noticed it's bounced off 50 CMA. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if anything's happening from yesterday. So yeah, Serve. What's the float in Serve? Serve SARV. Yeah, 23 million. So it's not crazy low, but it's certainly not a high float. Be interesting to see if this. I mean, it's got obviously a ton of room. Okay, when you look at Serve and you look at the high. Wait a moment, adjust this a little bit. So when you look at Serve and the high looking left is 496. That's the high in the weekly chart, 496. So it's not that far away. So that news actually about Nvidia disclosing a stake in the company was released after hours yesterday. You can see the mauve area on my 15-minute chart. That's the after hours action. So actually, it did get up to 509 after hours. So it did take out briefly anyway. It did took out that high 496. So what I'm going to do is just stick a price alert a little over 5 and see if it does it again this morning or sometime today. Because obviously that's fairly well, that's pretty eye-catching news. And if you missed it, this is Nvidia buying 62,500 shares at $4 a share. It's not like a huge investment by Nvidia, but there it is. All right, guys. Anything else sneaking in here? PVL. What's this one doing? PVL. A little bit over a dollar. Cyto, CYTO. Saw this one late in the day. This my size MYSZ. I saw this one. Yeah, I saw this little move late in the day. So it's above yesterday's high now. And that's MYSZ. Coming into the 200-day moving average though. It's kind of far enough. That's far enough away if they'd ever move close to it on a percentage basis. But let's see if was there any news on this one yesterday? Because I did see that pop. Look at the yeah. I mean, this doesn't trade very much. I mean, look at that daily volume yesterday, 512,000 Israeli stock. Now, Brandon, also, I just want to understand what you said about the offering closes on Monday. This was for Silo. Where do you see that it's closing on Monday? I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's been announced now. Okay, so I don't see where it's closing on Monday. I don't know if it's taking effect right now, but it's getting close to the price, 275 now. Ah, okay, 722. Okay, I don't see that here, but anyway, the announcement's in now. I'm not saying it's going to happen with Silo, but we have seen a couple of these that have announced financings and then they cancel them. Now, I'm absolutely not going to say this is happening with Silo. Drive the price down on the financing news. 3 days later, they cancel it. I'm not saying this is happening with Silo at all, okay? But we have seen a couple of those over the last month or so. So CMA, guys, CMA is definitely crawling off that 50 mark. Now we have a mildly positive open, okay, after being down pretty big, especially in the tech sector last couple of days. So a mildly positive open. Let's take a look at the major sectors right now. The date of the weekly high for Serve, sure. Well, if you're talking about the actual day, I can't tell you. I mean, I have to go back. I'd have to scroll back. I mean, just know that it's the week of April 15th, okay? It's the week of April 15th. Now, what day that was within that week, I don't know. But it's the week of April 15th, Z, okay? That's the weekly high for Serve. So far, so good, Dwayne, for me and IB, I think. No, I'm getting, I hope I'm getting real time data. Oh, I don't have charts. I don't have IB charts. So, all right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. Again, we're in for let's say a mildly positive open. Okay, guys, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, when you see 52% in green. A little bit interesting. Usually it's closer to all or nothing. So what this means is 52% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Usually it's very close to all or nothing, like either 100% are up or 100% are down. But here's Halliburton. This is an earnings play, so that's why this is down. Halliburton is down. HAL. And as always, I'm just looking for some kind of an outlier. For instance, if 90% of the stocks that make up XLE had been above yesterday's close. There's Halliburton way down. That would have been an outlier. But there's not really an outlier because it's about 50-50 right now. Outlier meaning, again, if the sector is really strong, you find one or two stocks that are really weak within the sector, that's you should be watching. Or vice versa. The sector is weak, and then you see a couple of stocks that might be very strong within the sector. Just not seeing that. And XLY. So XLY, this is consumer discretionary. So these are some of the ETF watches. There's a consumer discretionary, and okay, guys. So that's a glimpse at the major sectors. Well, it's interesting. You're saying your high was five. Now, are you looking at pre-market or post-market also? Tarara, buenos dias. Are you looking at post-market or because our data is usually pretty good because we have a high that week of only 496, not not 560. Not saying our data is infallible, but anybody else with other charts? Taking a look at maybe Serve on a weekly chart and going back to May the 15th, the week of May the 15th. What do you guys see as a high? Hmm. Okay. Well, whatever it is, let's see if it takes out at least five. Okay, today. Low float, 23 million in the float. Already traded 12 million shares. This will easily trade the float today. Already traded half the float in the pre-market. All right, guys. So I'm keeping an eye on that CMA. I want to see if it gets back down to 50 and then takes out that 200-day moving average. And maybe it's found a base because there's that 200-day moving average. You can see how close it got to it within in the pre-market. It got down to within about 2 cents of it, and then that sort of held it. Now, if it takes out that 200-day moving average, the next low looking left is 48.30. So there's a little bit of room underneath if it does take that out. But this may be this may be kind of the base. Okay, guys. Now, if you have our AI, it's all I would do to watch the AI trades today. Okay, and every day. This is the window you want. Just click on New from the toolbar, and then the middle one. We have three that start off with Premium AI. Pick that middle one. Okay, and then when you do that, this is the screen that you were running. Okay. No, I'm not, Dak. So this is now. Notice there's nothing in here, and there are no AI alerts until at least 9:40, and that is by design. So 10 minutes after the market opens doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40. It just means that's the earliest, so you will get one. The other thing I would do is have the filter saying none. There's a little drop down. If you, I would uncheck if profitable trades is checked. I would uncheck that because I would want to be able to see the alerts all day long. Okay. All right, guys. So we have about 8 minutes to this open. Now, typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes, although things settle down a little bit anyway. Well, there's not so much a. You mean what is the link for the test drive, Hal? This is the link for it. Yeah. So sometime you guys can sign up for this test drive. It's starting now. I mean, it's $7.77. Okay, so there it is. There's the link for it, guys. So you can sign up for this test drive. It's starting now, runs till the 29th. And of course, within the test drive, starting on Wednesday, we have the contest, the trading contest. Whoever makes the most money after those 3 days will win a $3,000 Amazon gift certificate. Guys, 9:24. So I'm going to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. I'm running, so give me a moment. Okay, guys, just have a couple things to do on my other monitors to get set. All right, Rivian. I see Rivian is down a bit here. RVN. Yes, starting to. And of course, had the big news. Was it already 3 weeks ago? So 3 weeks ago with Volkswagen, and it's been steadily. I wouldn't call it steadily up. There's been intraday gyrations, but you know what? I mean, I guess if you look longer term, it's been steadily up on the weekly chart. A bit of a drop yesterday. Now down 2.8% right now. Look at CMA now, guys. CMA is again right at that 200-day moving average. See right there. Look at that 200-day moving average, that blue line on my chart, right back down. Well, it'll be interesting. I mean, it's right at that 200-day moving average. 49.73 is the 200-day moving average for CMA, and it's sitting right on it, right on top of it. And it was fun while it lasted. So the SPY now is slightly negative. Okay. So there's a big ahead of the market open, a big red candle forming, and the SPY has just gone slightly negative. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Again, CMA still holding that. So you're long. So I guess I'll cheer you on, William. You're going long, or you are long. Wow, little pop there for CMA. Now the spread. Wow, what'd you get in and out? Look at that spread. I didn't realize it was so terrible. Okay, guys. Yeah, thanks, William. Less than a minute for this market to open. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a bit. Look at that spread: 49.75, 50.77, a dollar spread on CMA. Again, that's this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. The market again ahead of the open, putting in a big giant red bar. All right, we're now open, guys. So let's have a great end to this trading week. Okay. All right. Well, all right, DAC. Well, you got your NAS almost back up to 10, and NAAS. NAAS back up to 10 briefly. So you're still hanging on there. This was the IPO from yesterday, ARDT. Had a little pop at the end of the day, I see. This was an IPO from yesterday, ARDT. Interesting. Serve is dropping. SERV is dropping. Remember, they had the big news regarding NVIDIA buying 62,000 shares at $4. So the next high for NAS is 1127. That's on a weekly chart anyway. 1127 on a weekly chart, assuming it can take out 10. There's 998 is the high. Okay, so if it can take that out, then if it can do that, then the next high is up here at 1127, and that's on a weekly chart. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Boy, this has dropped though. I hope you got rid of some, DAC. I think this is through your stop. Western Alliance. Remember this one, guys? Wow. When we had the regional bank crisis. Anyway, WAL. Look at this. Look at this now. And this is an earnings play for WAL. Whoa. So NAS got halted on the way down. Well, I hope you're okay, DAC. Took advantage of maybe that pop through 10 or at 10. All right, so on the open, so the Dow is getting hit a little more than NAS. NAS is down 35, Dow is down 236. So now, PJ, I trade a lot of junk. It's got to be in the right. It's all about timing. Here's Momo, guys. MOMO. Let's take a look at what it is. Why is it moving higher? I don't see any reason for Momo. AMIX, guys. Okay, here's a pop for AMIX. AMIX popping. Another low floater, 10 million in the float. Probably no news. I can't remember what the news was here. I think it must have had some news here. This is back on the 15th. And the high that day was 183. So AMIX is popping. A lot of volume coming in. Again, 10 million in the float. A lot of volume coming in on that opening 15-minute candle. What do they do? Medical device development company focused on. Oh, yeah. You know what? Sometimes you got to break up a sentence. Read that sentence from the beginning. I'm not going to. Okay. Okay, now Serve is trying to come back a bit here, guys. I mean, it had the big drop here, pretty well, not a huge drop, but down to 392. So that's a market high, okay? But of course, the post-market high yesterday was up around 5. Okay, this is what I would do, DT, okay? Click on New from the toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, and then there are 3 that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Hopefully you can see my screen. And this is the window you're going to get. No, nothing happens until at least 9:40, okay? Doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:40, but nothing happens until at least 9:40, and that again is by design. The other thing I would do in the filter box, I would make sure it says none. That's a little down arrow. I would check. If it doesn't say none, it probably means profitable trades is checked. I would uncheck it. I would want to see the alerts all day long. The middle one, pick the middle one. Okay. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Okay. And then, oh, the web-based version. Well, I don't know. You probably have to go to the channel. Just go right to the channel, to the AI channel. Okay. I don't think there is really one to pick. You'll just have to be on the channel itself and just wait for the alerts to come in. So then our first halt of the day, guys, is this halted on the way up? Nope, halted on the way down. So this was a SPAC that turned into PSIG. So on the web-based version, let me just want to load it. Okay, good to go. I just loaded the web-based version. This is the window that you want to look at. This is where the AI alerts will come in. Okay, pretty simple. I mean, just click on Holly AI and just stare at this window. Okay. Okay, guys. See anything interesting happening? Maybe keep an eye on this CrowdStrike. I mean, CRWD. I mean, William said it has obviously it still has room to look at what happened though. I mean, look exactly what happened this morning or today. Well, it got into the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 288. So look what happened. That 200-day moving average is holding it so far. That blue line on my daily chart, that's the 200-day moving average. Well, IMX is still moving here, guys. AMIX, so it's at that high. 183, so it's a little bit above that high of 4 days ago, AMIX. So that is a big move. Now, if it takes that out, the next time the weekly chart is 230. So there is that. Again, I'm not in this. I don't trade it usually in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Siri, a bit of a drop here. SIRI. Siri, a bit of a drop. Don't see any specific news. It's not an earnings play. Welcome, Eric, to the, I like that, to the community. I like that. Welcome. CRWD, guys, appears like it's trying to hold 300. But again, it's early. So I see that Bitcoin is up about $1,400 this morning. Is there a way to manually refresh the charts? Manually. What do you mean by that exactly? Why would you want to manually refresh them? I mean, because these just refresh automatically as the price changes. So why would you want to manually refresh them? I'm not sure I understand why you would want to do that, Eric. Must be a reason, but VRPX, guys. So this is popping here. Hardly any action in the pre-market, and all of a sudden, some volume coming in. Boy, this has got some room. The weekly last week's high was 340. Now, maybe I just don't understand, Eric. Maybe you can maybe explain a little bit more why you would want to manually refresh a chart as opposed to just letting it refresh automatically. Okay, so when you say all the charts are synced, are you talking about the fact that I've got a 15-minute, a daily, and a weekly chart, and when I click on an alert, they're all synced, as you would call them? They're all displaying the same symbol when I click on an alert. Is that what you mean? Oh, okay, that's easy. Okay, so if you right-click on our chart, right-click on the chart, and go down to Properties, and one of the options is symbol linking. Check it. Okay, now don't worry. I know I've got mine green. Mine says green check, but more than likely yours will say link to wall. Okay, so but that's all you have to do is just check symbol linking for all your charts that you want to have to be synced, as you call it. And notice I have a SPY chart on my other monitor, which I don't want synced because I want the SPY to be open. I want it to be on the SPY all the time. So when I click on serve, serve, the charts change to serve, but of course SPY doesn't. And that's because if I go to properties, symbol linking is unchecked. Okay. So that's all you have to do is just make sure the symbol linking is checked for the charts that you want to change when you click on a symbol and you want it to change to the same symbol. Okay, does that make sense? If it was too quick, just let me know. So again, just right click on the chart, go down to properties and check symbol linking. That should be all you need to do. Yeah, well, CMA. All right. Well, William, I don't know if you're still in CMA. Ah, bingo. Good. I'm glad. I love to hear bingo. All right. Well, I'm really watching CMA now, guys. It's sitting right at that 200-day moving average. Okay, and we're 15 minutes in. No AI alerts yet. Okay, so if you have the AI, there are no AI alerts yet. It's not broken, nothing wrong with it. It's just there are nothing, no symbol has met the filter requirements. Guys, I'm just trying to concentrate a little bit on this CMA. I'm just intrigued by it. It's still sitting at that 200-day moving average. I want to see if it takes it out in a bigger way. That might get me into the short of it. Okay, so this is a gap down and reversal play, guys. PAS, PAAS, gap down and reverse so far. Now, if you're going to play a silver play, let's take a look at what silver is doing in general. The ETF for silver, of course, SLV. Yeah, so SLV is having a little pop here. All right, well, I'm going to forget about CMA. It looks like that 200-day moving average is holding it. Okay, Shady's in AGEN. AGEN. Let's take a look at AGEN. That was a big one from yesterday. And at 689. Yeah, the 200-day moving average always on the daily chart. Okay, 3 echo. That's the only when I talk about the 200-day moving average. Well, day. Okay, so I'm always talking about the daily chart. Wow, VRPX kept going, guys. VRPX. Wow, did it ever keep going? No action in the pre-market on this one. And let's see, raised to buy from hold by Maxim Group. I think they put not a huge profit or a price target on it, $3. I think that's $3 price target by Maxim Group for VRPX. Now, when I'm saying this, please don't think that okay, well, if they say it's going to 3, I better pile into it. Okay, it's just an opinion, shall we say? But that's obviously helped to pop this stock today. And NE probably no shorts. Oh no, actually no, there are 53,000. 53,000 shorts available interactive brokers anyway for NNE. And Hunterbrook, I don't know Hunterbrook. Are they new? All right, so here's the news, as William pointed out. NNE moving lower as traders circulate that Hunterbrook has issued a report on the company titled Fission Impossible. Get it, guys? Mission, okay. Mission Impossible. Nano Nuclear has no revenue, no products, laughable, and a $600 million market cap. All right. All right, JMIA. Now, the market's had a bit of a rebound here, guys. So remember, we had that giant red bar. That was a 9:15 candle, okay? And then the opening 15-minute candle, 9:30, looked pretty ominous. It was red all the way down here, but we have recovered somewhat. The next candle, again, the sellers tried to knock it down. There's that bottoming tail, but the buyers are as we speak anyway, are trying to prop it up, okay? So the SPY is, mildly positive now. And there's JMI. Now, JMIA. The next high looking left, 1293, so it's above that. Next high, 1334. So there is a little bit of room for JMIA. Man, look at this. I did not take this one. It was too early for me, but VRPX is absolutely exploding just because Maxim, I guess they've got a bit of sway in the market, pull in the market. Maxim, I've seen, some of their price targets on various stocks, and they do seem to have some pull. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, VRPX, not shortable for me. Low float, 2.5 million. That's the only way this stock can be up 82% because of the float. No alerts from the AI yet, guys. Okay, so it's not broken. You're wondering, what's going on? There are just no alerts yet from the AI, our AI. That's what I mean. Okay, just have to be patient. All right, guys. Now, NAS is right back up. Okay, NAS is right back up. NAAS is right back up, challenging. There's the high of that's the 9:30 high. So that's 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. $10. I'll put a price alert there. See if it takes out 10 at some point. Could AIG be the insurer? Let's take a look because you're suggesting this is moving down. Wow. Interesting action, though. Pre-market. I'm sorry. That was yesterday. I'm sorry. That was yesterday's action. Excuse me. I don't see any headline on that that would confirm that, William, but anything is possible. Isaiah, what do you mean by how do I have yesterday? You're talking about on my 15-minute chart? Pretty simple. Well, it depends how big your chart is, of course, but here's today. There's pre-market right here. That it'd be hard to tell, but the sort of the beige area, light tan, mauve is after hours yesterday, and here's yesterday. I mean, it really depends on how big your chart is, I guess. I'm just looking at NKGN as an example. Okay, guys, NAAS. It is so close. Now here we go. So now, can it hold 10? Can it really hold 10? Oh, CMA. Now it's starting to move down. Okay, guys, CMA now. I took some, so I want to see, I'm not expecting a huge amount because I think it's got some support not that far away, but okay, guys, just waiting on this CMA to see if it has a little bit more room down. Okay, and of course, I'm still watching the NAAS to see how well it's holding over 10. Because again, the next high looking left, I mean, it's that there's the 998, so it's obviously a little bit above that high. That's the deal right over here on that weekly chart, 1127. Yeah, no AI, no AI, excuse me, no Holly AI alerts yet today. No. So you're staring at the right thing. Okay, you are staring at the right thing. There's just no alerts yet. And why are there no alerts? Pretty simple. Whatever strategy has made the cut today, no symbols have met all the filter requirements. It's that simple. It's really that simple. Not yet, anyway. Every day I see this one. Yeah, draw. Every single, I almost said a bad word. Every single day I see this one, PSNL. I mean, it started 2 weeks ago at $1.15, almost up to 3 now. But every day I see it. And it's just been a bit of a tough one, in my opinion, to kind of trade because it's been very choppy. But wow. So here's a China. Oh, look at this one. Ehang. This is a China in the aviation sector. Next low looking left is 1181. And there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. There are shorts available. Now, it's a little too extended for me to look at it, but EH, see, NAAS could not really hold 10. Not yet, anyway. SIGI, okay, I haven't seen that one. SIGI, City, selective, yeah, wow. Probably it's outside the price range of most of my scans, but yeah. What's the volume like? 364? Hmm. Interesting. Really, no action in the pre-market on it. They released earnings after hours yesterday. There was a down, but really not a lot of volume in the pre-market. All right, guys. Now, sorry, NAAS back over 10. Let me see if I can bring this up again. Back over 10 briefly. Is really teasing this 10 level. Whoa, AGEN. Oh, you were shorted. Oh, excuse me. I thought you went long. Sorry, Shady. Oh yeah, I see now. The price. Oh, that's why I thought you went long when I saw 689, 643, and then I see you made the change to 743. That was your stop. Okay, now I understand. All right, guys. So this is a bit of a gap up in reverse. Okay, Halliburton, HAL, the stock that gap down. Sorry, a gap down in reverse, not a gap up in reverse. All right, guys. Out of the CMA, did okay on it. Nothing fabulous. I was hoping we would get closer to 49. I'm not going to forget about that one. It's back up to the 200-day moving average again. The market is in definitely a bit of a chop fest now, guys. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. With the red bar forming here. What time is it now? 10:03. So still 12 minutes for this bar. It's a 15-minute candle. Well, that NAS is a tough one. It just kept teasing at 10, and now there's a pretty significant drop now. NAAS, pretty significant drop on a percentage wise. The other one that I mean, look at this MLGO got as high as 270, all the way back down to 230. I mean, those are big percentage drops. Yeah, there's your Siggy moving, making another, not a new low. There's the low right down here, 83.50. What's on the monthly chart? Let's take a look at the monthly chart for this SIGI. Where could it have some support? So the next low on the monthly chart is 80.86. So, that's $4 away. That's on the monthly chart. Happy feet at my feet. Anybody with IB, with Canadian data in IB? My Canadian data is not coming through. I'm wondering if it's got anything to do with the CrowdStrike. My Canadian data is not coming through at all. One moment, please. Look at CMA right back down. A little too jumpy for me, but oh well. Well, let's see. I'll put a. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But let's see how far down this can go. CMA. That was my number one idea for me anyway. On a short, just didn't hang on to it. All right, guys. CSAN. Where could this one go? So the next high, it's a little too close. 1023. That's the high of yesterday for a CSAN. Now, if it can take that out, it's got the 1050 mark, but too close for me to take this one based on that next high looking left. Oh, guys, VRPX. Okay, that must be delayed. Okay, I click. Look at CMA now. Click down to 49. So, Paul, I mean, the only way I'll explain it is that maybe a couple of things. Okay, I know it's a lot of money, $4 billion or whatever it is. Maybe they thought it would be more, but I think the other thing is that now they can maybe put it behind them. Okay, we see that a lot. Look at some of the opioid settlements that happened. Okay, and you see some company. I can't think of one of them, but some company being dinged for like $2 billion, $3 billion, and the stock goes up because it's okay. Maybe it's not as much as they thought, and now they can put it behind them. That's all I can. That's my interpretation. So potential settlement could reopen the capital markets for HE and present it with options to issue equity at a discount, et cetera. Okay, so that's see that a lot, though. You see that a lot. Some of these huge settlements, you think, my goodness, they're going to bankrupt the company or something. But some of these huge settlements, and yet the stock pops again. Maybe because they thought the market was expecting a bigger fine penalty, but it's also behind them. Yeah, it's not that 4 billion is not just all HE, I guess, right? That's what you're saying? It's a group settlement. Okay, so yeah, in their words, I'm talking to in their words in our YouTube room. Shoot, CMA. Oh well. Yeah. Well, HE. I don't know where are you seeing HE. Anyway, there are no AI alerts today so far. Okay, no AI alerts today so far. In the strategies, you see HE. I don't understand. You should. You're not talking about here. I mean, I see HE here, but I had it up and running, but HE is not an AI alert today. This is all I've got. I've got nothing in. I've got no AI alerts today. This was this was an earnings play yesterday, guys. KMI and had a nice day yesterday. Remember, the market sold off, but KMI had a nice day yesterday. Earnings play, continuation on earnings. KMI, Kinder Morgan. Oh, I see. July 10th. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So there were no AI. Excuse me. No AI alerts today. So excuse me. If you're part of the test drive, or you're kind of new, and you're looking at the AI and wondering, have I got this loaded correctly? It is loaded correctly, just no alerts yet. Yeah, meanwhile, look at the AMIX. See if I can see what was the news a few days ago, 4 days ago. So they secured some kind of RF innovations technology license, I guess. I guess. Yeah, trial results showing meaningful reduction in pain for patients suffering from pancreatic cancer. So that was the news on the 15th, and that is sustaining it so far. Well, what I would do in their words, okay? I'm talking to I'm talking to in their words in our YouTube channel. All I would look at is, I mean, you can look at the channel, the AI channel, but there's a lot in there. But what I would do is for personally, if you just want to follow the alerts today, is just have this window up. Okay, you see the screen that I'm displaying, and in order to load that screen, just click on New, and you'll notice that there are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. And then this is the window that you're going to see. Okay, and again, no alerts yet. That's up to you. I mean, if you want to stay on the channel, go ahead. But what I like to do, because I don't need to see all the information in the channel. This is all, if I'm just interested in the alerts today, this is all I need to see. And then it doesn't take any screen space. No, no more, Eric. No more auto trading the AI. Not for quite a while. As you say, many years ago. Not anymore. Well, guys, sort of having no AI alerts is sort of indicative of the day too. Hardly any in the gap continuation or reverse. Yesterday, this was full. All right, so what I'm going to do now then is go over my homepage. I also want to, you can still sign up for the test drive. Okay, if you want to sign up for the test drive, still available. I'll put the link in. Okay, notice it says test drive and contest. So the test drive is starting today. It runs until the 29th. So if you sign up right now, you'll have the balance of today up to and including July the 29th. Okay, that'll cost $7.77. It'll be just as if you're a premium subscriber. You have access to the full premium package. And then the other thing, though, is on Wednesday, from Wednesday to Friday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we are running the contest, the trading contest. Whoever wins, winning meaning whoever makes the most money at the end of those 3 days, will win a $3,000 Amazon gift certificate. Okay. So all the information is, if you click on the link, all the information is there. So it's a good, even if you don't want to go into the contest, but why wouldn't you? I mean, it doesn't cost you anything. If you're a standard subscriber right now and you want to be upgraded for from the balance of today until the 29th to our AI and also participate in the contest, it will cost us $777. Okay. Now, please listen very carefully. Give me one moment. I want to turn down my music. Okay. Please listen really carefully. Okay. When the test drive is over, it's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. And what I mean by that is there's nothing for you to do. You do not have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. And the reason I want to just emphasize that is because we get so many emails from people saying, hey, make sure I'm unsubscribed, and I want an email back telling me that I am. It just takes up too much time for our support people for something that really, they can be doing something a little more valuable than responding to emails like that, because people just understand when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. Nothing to do. Okay. Yeah. So we have 4 million in the float. You're probably right. If you go to different websites, you might have 10 different websites. You might see 10 different float information for NAAS. The only one I like to check to see how we stack up is the Lucian tracker. So let me see what they say. It's 2 million. So, we say 4 million. So they've got half of that. Whatever it is, it's very low. Well, I do understand that, but we're not that company. We do not automatically put anybody into a subscription, if they don't want it. It's that simple. Now, next week, there will be a nice promo code that if you want to take out a subscription, fine. But, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing to do. So this one has been halted, resumed several times. Okay, so I just went over the test drive, so there's still time to take advantage of it. We only do this, we used to do it once a quarter, but we're not doing them as often. So my homepage. So if you're looking for, I'll show you the information you can find on my homepage. Whoa, and there's the NAAS is now halted on the way down. So it got halted earlier. Now it's halted on the way down. I think this is probably all she wrote today for a while anyway, for NAAS. So clicking on my homepage link. Now, if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can do it, obviously. This is a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, use my code if you're going to take out a subscription at some point. The reason being is that you're in a free room, and the way we keep it free is by using my code, because the room gets credit for the subscription. It's really that simple. So to keep the room free, just use my code. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Whoops, wrong. Getting started, you must do the get started. So it runs 10 short videos. The first one, download and install your first startup and login. I'll scroll down a little bit. Important introduction to scans, okay? Top list and alert windows. Yes, Eric. I mean, it's a software program. So obviously there's a bit of a learning curve, but what we try to do here is cover the major points of trade ideas, the aspects of trade ideas, especially the scans, okay? Top list and alert windows. I mean, that's the whole basis behind trade ideas, really, okay? It won't take you long. And if you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is a series of videos, all free, about 38 videos. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. I do a stock of the day video. It is free. And trade of the week, it is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. So I'll just interrupt myself. I have a question about what's the scenario for NAS on the open. So I think this is what you're talking about. This is from Bezavi in our YouTube room. So halts resumes is one of the scans I'm sharing. I'll get to my scans in a moment, but this blue screen you see here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do. It's time and sales, Interactive Brokers, and this shows the halt price, 835. This column is giving you a bit of a glimpse into the future as to where it could open. Okay, so I mean, obviously this number just can change, but usually the halts are 5 minutes long. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:26 plus 11 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. And so this kind of tells you where it could open. Yeah, well, and that's why the room is like this, Eric. I mean, it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. You can ask me questions all day long. You know, I mean, if I'm tied up doing something, I'll certainly let you know. But typically, I can answer questions, assuming I see the post, but I can answer them right away. This is the education section. This is our user guide. So, obviously, again, like I said, with the 10 short videos, we are a software program. So it's like any other software program. There's a lot to it, but you don't have to learn everything. All right. What I would make sure, though, there's that getting started again. This is more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You see, I am running one race right here. Here's how you can set up your own race if you want. Okay, with all your parameters. I love using price alerts. I put the price alerts on the charts. And if you do want to create your own watch list of stocks you just want to follow, here's how you do it. Okay, but again, you don't have to learn everything that's in the in the guide here. Okay, you don't have to learn everything. And daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Friday. It should be Andy. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. Last, my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down. Here's the middle section. Here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay, this is the race. This is this race. The race biggest gainers from the open is right up here. Here's the halts resumed. So I see that NAS resumed, NASS resumed, and it did move down. I have other scans on my other monitors. Some of them are here, okay, but I do not have every scan that you see here up and running. That'd be way too many. What I've tried to do is create some different types of scans that you might be interested in. Okay, the momentum scan, I'm going to go over that one. Is right here, and then the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. But I do not have them all up and running. That would be way too many. So you can ask me questions about them though. So NAS now has popped right back up. This is a real wild one today, guys. Well, there's a CMA. Well, it's doing what I thought it might do, but not in it anymore, unfortunately. So how did that ink T? Okay, wow. Yeah, sir, I do have that one thumbnailed. I was surprised that it was sort of weak, but there is Serve. Again, if you're unfamiliar with the news on Serve, NVIDIA took a bit of a stake in them. They bought approximately 60,000 shares at $4. So not a massive investment for them, but certainly a good press release for this company. And with that float, so it discloses a 10% stake in the company. Yeah, according to the Crowdstrike crowdsource guy, or the guy, the CEO, it was a software glitch, not a hack or an attack, according to him anyway. How do you sign up for the test run, Neil? Okay, I can give you the link. This is in our YouTube room. Okay, there's the link. All right, let me go over what Trade Ideas is all about. So we are a great scanner. Okay, a lot of screening programs out there. Nothing wrong with them. If you're just looking for screening, and that's all you need, fine. But what we are excellent at is real-time alerting. Okay, so let me explain what I mean by that. This is an alert window. If I right-click on this scan that I call momentum, and I right-click, click on configure, and then click on summary, this tells me what the scan is looking for. And again, I'm sharing this scan. So this is the screening aspect. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, what that means is it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This is why I call it a momentum scan, because the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, at least 400% of normal, etc. etc. Meaning all of these filter values have to be met. And if they are, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. And that's why we're seeing Serve right now, SERV right now. It's meeting all these filter requirements, and it's making a new high for the day. These are all real-time alerts, guys, real-time alerts. And there's the Serve on the way. Okay? So if you like this scan, you can have it. But if you wanted to make some changes to it, of course you can. Maybe you don't like that price range. Or maybe you have a filter that you like, an indicator that you like. Maybe you want to add it. Maybe you want to get rid of one of these. That's up to you. I'm not trying to force my style onto you. But if you want this scan the way it is, it's on my homepage. If you want to create your own scan, of course you can. This time, instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. Excuse me. So right at the very top, the 2 most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling, when you get to these icons, these are the filters, the screeners that we've got. Okay. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time or relatively new to all this, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Don't start to think, well, this program is way too hard for me. How can I possibly learn all these? You don't have to. Okay. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that probably most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously then they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Okay. But you don't have to learn them all, obviously. Personally, the only two real-time alerts I use are the new high and the new low of the day, and I just use a handful of the filters. That doesn't mean, because that's all I need for my particular trading style. That doesn't mean the rest of these are garbage. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. Okay. My homepage, Alicia. Okay, yeah, it's right here. Alicia and our YouTuber. No, sorry, wrong. Let me get my homepage link. Okay, Alicia, there is my homepage. Okay. Question was, how do you get to my homepage? So there's the link, and then when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So if you're looking for my scans, just scroll down to the center section, and here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. So Marc Gendreau, if you are French speaking. Well, by the way, just look at the SPY here. So remember this, this is sort of choppy here, but now we're settling into another big red candle. We don't scan for futures, if that's what you're talking about. Okay. We only scan the US market stock. Okay. We don't have futures. You do not need, okay, trade ideas. You can use any broker you want with trade ideas. Okay. Doesn't matter who your broker is. We're not tied into any specific broker. Now, there is a way in which if you had an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you could trade from within Trade Ideas, and you could connect to your IB or E-Trade account. You don't have to though, but just think of, we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use us. So you don't have to connect your broker to Trade Ideas if that's what you mean. Now, we do have a nice tool though, which depending on how many stocks you click on all day long, how many symbols you click on, like me, we do have what's called an external linking tool. If I click on tool and then external linking, what that means is that for the many brokers, if you click on an alert within Trade Ideas, it'll load into your order entry. Okay. Sure, we can link to, we can definitely link to E-Trade, Eric. It's the only one of the two brokers that we can link to. Unless something's happened today. But Interactive Brokers and E-Trade are the two that we can actually, when I say link, I'm talking about using this window. This window called Brokerage Plus, okay? And that's what you're going to, well, there's serve, guys, serve. Pushing 5, you're right, Alex. So this is what you'll use for the contest. If you're going to be in the contest next week, this is how you trade. This is a simulator, but you can also connect to your E-Trade or Interactive Brokers account if you want to. You don't have to. But this external linking tool, what that does, we can link to Fidelity and I think TradeStation and many other brokers. And what it is just a big time saver. For somebody like myself who is clicking on, many alerts all day long, it'd be a real hassle pain if I had to type that into my order entry every time. So when I click on a symbol, PSNL, it loads into my order entry in Interactive Brokers. I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. I trade from within Interactive Brokers. Okay. So SS, does that make sense? It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this. Okay, guys. Let's see, serve. Wow, serve. So I didn't see this in time. So that's a gap up and go. Let me explain. And there's serve now. Just broke over 506, which was a key level, I believe. I think on the weekly chart. Yeah. So on the run here, guys. So that was a key level. Why? Because, well, we have here anyway, 496. I know there was somebody, I can't remember who it was, but said that they had a weekly high back here in the fives. But at any rate, look at the gap here. I mean, nobody's saying it's going to get back up to 41. And in fact, okay, so I should have realized this. This is not a true gap, guys. This stop. There was another company, obviously, that had the symbol SERV, and they stopped trading back in 2020 as SERV. So this company decided they wouldn't mind having this symbol, obviously, because they only started trading as SERV in 2024. That happens every now and then. Okay. So my mistake. This is not a massive gap fill, potential gap fill. Stopped trading in 2020 as SERV. This company comes along and said, hey, we wouldn't mind having that symbol. Still good. So I don't, yeah, I don't know, but that looks like the high, as calling it the new SARV. Okay, so Mark in our YouTube room asked, what would be the best thing you offer for swing trades, not having to take too many trades? So we have a couple of channels. If I click on new and then click on doc channel bar. Let's see now, show more. Trader's Eye. These are swing ideas here, okay, in the Trader's Eye. And also we have something called swing picks, in which you get five different ones every single week. And you can take a look at those. So if you're into swing trading, we will have a couple of channels that sort of look at potential swing picks, okay? One's called swing picks and one's called the TI Trader Eye. I'm not a swing trader, so that's why I don't really look at those. Okay, guys, swing serve on the way here now. I missed it. Just talking. I should have. I wanted to take this around 520. See if it pulls back at all. Yeah, I cannot chase. I cannot chase it. Wow. That's why it surprised me when it had that little drop down here, down to $4. It's going to surprise me that it was selling off. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over a couple of scans here. Well, I'll go over the races first, okay? This race here. Well, I have no problems with Interactive Brokers, I don't think anyway, other than I cannot get my Canadian stock quotes. But let me see if I can, if it's just Interactive Brokers or. Well, I'm not sure what I can teach exactly, Charlie. I mean, you see something that is this extended, these will tend to sell off a bit, not necessarily. Okay, not necessarily. I mean, this could, but you mean you just take a look at this serve. I mean, you can tend to start to sell off a bit because of it's gone parabolic. That's all. Excuse me. I mean, there's nothing stopping it. I mean, it could keep going, of course, but I just have to. My discipline is not to chase when something like this happens. Maybe wait for a bit of a pullback, but I don't know where to. It's basically gone parabolic. Now, some will say I'm taking it anyway, and it could go to $10. That's certainly up to you. So let me go over the race here, guys, that you see. This is the race that I'm sharing right now. So I'm running a 4-minute race. You can pick whatever time period you want. Again, if you go to my homepage and go to the education section and then click on the guide, you'll see there's a whole section on TI stock racing. So what does the race mean exactly? Well, again, I'm running 4-minute races. I am almost halfway through this race, a little over 2 minutes left. And as we speak, not that it's a big deal, but XHG is up 2.9% since the race started. Oh, look at serve. So since the race started, and now you can see serve has just taken over. It's up 4% since the race started. Okay. And accelerating here. So what happens is, and again, that's since the race started. Just imagine it's a race. There's a start. The gun goes off, and the stocks, start to move. This has moved the most since the race started. It's up 4%, 17 cents, 4%. What happens is very nicely, a top 10 list is automatically created for you of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. Okay. Now this is a very volatile race. When I say volatile, you can see how some of these percentage moves are big. I am sharing 2 other races on my homepage. Those are large cap races. I might even demonstrate one because those races will not have the huge percentage moves, but they might be, especially if you're new to trading, they might be a little more relaxing to trade. Okay, they're not going to be quite as psychotic. Like this thing serve, I mean, it's gone crazy. But remember, it could drop just as quickly as it went up. So the question you probably should be answering, though, is, well, why is serve showing up in the first place? Like what makes this one show up? Why are any one of these symbols showing up here? And I'll explain that. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on an alert. In fact, if I saw anything in here, I would click on it just to see what's happening. There's the HE. So you might look at this HE and say, okay, I had a nice pop pre-market, nice pop after hours. It did have, it's part of the settlement, settlement for the wildfires that happened in Hawaii. I don't know how many years ago now, a couple of years ago. But you might look at this and go, well, what if it pulls back to a moving average that I like? Now it's underneath this moving average. So this might turn into a short now. The VWAP is 1748. It's well below that. Up to you. Depends on your trading style. Look at serve. See, I should have chased it, right? Wrong. So why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click on the race and I click, right click on it, and then I click on open top list. Okay. So all races start from a top list window. If I right click on this top list window, notice how it says launch real-time stock race. So again, remember in the guide, there's a whole section on stock racing, TI racing. Okay. There's a whole section on it. Now, why are these symbols showing up in this top list window? Well, if I right click on it and click on configure, this is what I want to see. Again, it doesn't have to be what you want to see, but this is what I want to see. I want to see any stock that's between $1 and $50. The volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. So that's what I want my race to focus on. So that's why you see all these symbols in here. Now, before we had races, the way in which a person would use a top list window is you might say to yourself, well, show me the stocks that meet all those filter requirements, my price range, my minimum volume, etc., that are up the most from yesterday's close. So as long as you have that as a column header, and you can see that C%, that is the change from yesterday's close. So let me double left click rapidly on it. And you can see that AUGX is up 148%. Now, the reason I'm not talking about AUGX is because this is a buyout. Okay, so there's probably nothing more probably will happen. But there's the SIR up 125% from yesterday's close. And VRPX all the way down. If I want to see the stocks that have moved the most from the opening print today, their opening trade today, okay, there's the SIR. So while it's up 127% from yesterday's close, it's only up 40% from its first print. I mean, it's still huge. Okay, and that's how that works. If so it's basically it will rank stocks. If I want to see the stocks that have the highest relative volume, as long as you have it as a filter or a column header, you can sort on it. So that's the way it was used before. So what we did was a few months, probably at least a year ago now, we introduced the concept of races. So what would be the point of it? Well, for instance, here's I'd like to pick up something. What if MGNI way down here? It's up 3.2% from its opening trade. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, MGNI started to really move? It's up 4%, 5%, 8%, 10% from the opening print. Well, how would you ever see that? Unless you're fixated on something and your eye can see some stock moving up. But obviously very difficult to do and almost nonsensical to try to track that. That's what the race does. The race doesn't care if a stock is near, it's near the high of the day or the most change from the open or yesterday's close. It doesn't care. All it cares about is since the race started, what stock has moved the most that's in this giant list of stocks. That's all it cares about. And so that's why you can unearth something that is just starting to move. And you don't have to wait again for the race to be over in order to click on a stock. Here's that PSNL that I see every single day. Click on it, see what's happening. Maybe, if it takes out the high of the day, maybe it gets running. Put a price alert there. All sorts of ways to use it. I know I'm more of a momentum trader, liking to see stocks near the high or the low of the day, but a lot of you would much rather maybe play a pullback, pulling back to a certain level. And, maybe to the VWAP or maybe to a moving average that you like. A lot of different trading styles out there. I'm not trying to convince people to only trade the way I do. Okay. And again, you can create your own race. Again, the fact that that's what I want to see in stocks, you might want to have a different price range. You can actually, if you only want to, you can race based on the stocks that you like to follow, create a watch list. Now, I wouldn't have a watch list of 5 stocks. It'd be crazy to run a race on 5. But, if you had 20 or 30 stocks that you'd like to follow, you could run a race just on your own watch list. And how do you do that? Well, how do you create a watch list? Again, it's in the guide. There's a whole section on watch list. Well, Bizavi, that's not for me. I've got pre-market checked right here. I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah, I've got the pre-market checked. These are live. 271, 271. They're live. That little area here is so a question is, was that, oops, just give me a moment. My music just stopped. Just give me one moment, guys. Need my music. Guys, keep an eye on IVP. IVP is making a little move here. IVP, okay? It's crawling off the bottom of the day. IVP, this was a big one yesterday, or well, the last few days. So PSNL was not an AI alert, okay, Mark, but it was showing up on all our scanners. Depending on the type of scanner you had, was showing up on my scanner way back here. Started right back here when it made that move, but it was not an AI alert. The reason I know that is because if it were an AI alert, there'd be a little, let's see if I can find one. Would you know what? I can't find one. Okay, you can barely see it, but if it were a previous AI alert and you had a daily chart or a weekly chart up, you'll see a little buy button or a little buy arrow. If it were a previous AI alert, so Mara was a previous AI alert back here, and when you hover over the buy, you can see what the buy price was and where it got out. But of course, after that, if you had held Mara, from this original buy alert at 1830 before it pulled back at all, got up to 34. Now, yeah, so I'm doing that. I'm just doing that right now, Mark. Exactly the same thing. I just had to find one that was a previous AI alert. But PSNL was not one. Not that I could find anyway. I mean, maybe if I keep scrolling back and back and back, but not in recent history anyway. Just one that was kept alerting over and over and over again in the racing, in the momentum scanner. So let me go over this. Is a good. I'm surprised it's not as active today, but this gap continuation or reversal scan. I really like this. I sort of resurrected it for, especially now that we're going to get more into earnings season, which really earnings season has started, but we'll get a lot more companies releasing earnings over the next 3 weeks. And so what does this do? This is a multi-strategy window. Now, the typical use for a multi-strategy window, if you don't have a lot of screen space, say you've only got one monitor, that's not my issue. I've got 3 big monitors, but if I only had one monitor and I have several alert windows taking up space, I could take those alert windows and put them into one window called a multi-strategy window. Okay, that's what you can do. Now, I don't have screen space is not a problem for me, but sometimes what I like to do is group kind of similar strategies or similar scans into the same window. And so that's why I've done it like this. So if I right click on this multi-strategy window and hover over strategies, you can see I've got 4 scans here. I have the gap up and go, the gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. And they're all color coded. So you can see gap up and go, color coded green. There's NFE right here as an example. And I think underneath that was the serve. Let's see if I can just find that. Yeah, serve was here. So But let me just explain what they're trying to do. So the gap up and go, that's a stock that, with there's a bunch of filters in here. The stock gapped up, and at the time of the alert, it was moving higher. Now, obviously, it doesn't mean that it's going to keep moving higher for the rest of the day. It's just at the time of the alert, met all the filter requirements, and it was making a new high of the day. One moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. So, so at the time of the alert, this is again that's what was happening. The gap up and go, gap down and reverse. Okay, I color coded it in light blue. That's a stock that gap down and then is trying to reverse. Gap up and reverse. Makes sense? Stock that gapped up and now it's trying to reverse. And then the gap down and go, stock that gap down and then kept moving down. Again, doesn't mean on any one of these that when you get the signal, like the gap up and reverse, doesn't mean that, okay, it gapped up and now you're getting a signal that it's reversed. That is going to continue to reverse all day long, obviously. If it were that simple, the only thing we'd ever need to do, okay? But look at, by the way, guys, I just mentioned IVP. Look at it now. Look at IVP now. Now on my home page, the version of this of the scan, the continuation or reversal scan, is a little bit different from the one you see here. Notice it says don't repeat. And the reason I like to have it as a don't repeat, and look, by the way, look at HE. This is a really nice one. Is because I can go back and I can click on the alert, because what happens is I'll only see the symbol the very first time. It met all the filter requirements. I see the time it happened and the price. And I can go back and I can click on it and say, well, what happened from that 1734? Pretty good. 1677 now. Remember, gap up and reverse. Now your version on my homepage, this will show you that you'll have a lot more in here because it'll keep showing you every time HE would make a new low. Now that's up to you. If you only want to see the don't repeat, if you right click on it from my homepage and you click on click on properties, and then you see how it says one of the options is don't repeat. So you can do this. You can either don't repeat it for a minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, or for a day. And that's what typically I do for a whole day. Why that's handy though, if you don't want to do for the whole day, you might get a very active, like for instance, this one right here. Look how active this is. If I said, you know what, I don't want to see this over and over and over again every time it makes a new high. So you could say, okay, don't repeat for a minute or 5 minutes or whatever time period you want. Now, again, guys, if you're looking at this for the first time, this is why we have a room like this, though. Okay, you can ask me questions all day long. So don't be shy. I mean, you can ask virtually anything. Now, if it's an accounting question, I will not be able to answer it, but I will direct you to the right people who can. If you're looking for a type of scan and I don't have an idea, we have five different traders that trade ideas. That's, as I said, one of the other traders takes over for me between 12 and 1 Eastern time in our YouTube room. And 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. They may have a scan that you might like. Yeah, so you remember the race starts from a top list window, right? So your top list window, you could put, like I do, I've got a minimum volume of 200,000. You can do whatever you want. So in this top list window, I open the top list. This is what the race is based on. So you can create your own top list window. You click on the configure. So this is what I've got: 200,000 shares. If you wanted a million shares, or 5 billion share, whatever. Yes, of course. This is just the filter set that you use that you can customize for your own race. Now, a quick way. Oops. Okay, good. If you took my race as an example, okay, and you click on the gear, here's where you can actually change some of the filter settings. Not many of them, but they put in probably the ones that people might want to change. So here's your minimum max price, and here is the volume. Okay. Okay, guys. Now maybe I can concentrate a little bit on some of the scans and see if they're giving me anything that I might want to look at. So CAS is coming into potential resistance, CAAS. They announced an 80-cent dividend. This is shortable for me, 376,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. So will this stall it right here? This weekly high right there. Yeah, no AI call. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, crypto on the move here, guys. Crypto's on the move. Let's take a look at IBIT. Yeah, crypto on the move. What look how that, well, now that probably changed, but there's a 200-day moving average now. So look at that. I do recall when it went into the 200-day moving average. Now this is the proxy for Bitcoin, right? IBIT, and look what it did. It got right into that 200-day moving average on July the 5th. July the 5th, and that held it. Give me one moment. Okay, guys. No, I don't know. Base Happy, I have no idea. Well, when you say the next high, I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, all you can do is look left, and the next high. I mean, but it's got to take out 10 again. I mean, it's very choppy right now. The whole idea, it looked like it was going to take out 10, and maybe hold over there. Had it done that, the next high on the weekly chart is 1127. Right now, it's anybody's guess what's going to happen. It's very, very choppy right now. Topping tails, bottoming tails, been halted several times. Maybe keep an eye on Infi, guys. Infi was an earnings play yesterday, and it didn't do well. It popped up, but it didn't. INFY, just give me a moment. No, it's down. Okay, I thought it might be still up for the day. There's an earnings play yesterday. I kept waiting for it to really, really pop out of here, but it didn't do it. Most of the gap was already taken care of. But this is an earnings play yesterday. Maybe if it gets back over, I don't know, 22. Now, why did that happen on my chart? Wow, how ugly is this maps? CAS is not easy either. I mean, you hear me talk about topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, on the 15-minute chart, look how many topping tails and bottoming tails there are. They're really direction. I mean, at some point, the buyers have it up to this high there, and then sellers knock it down. Buyers try again. Remember on that 945 candle, they got it up to 415. Sellers knocked it down to 390. I mean, there's just a lot of the real battle. There's no real trend. I mean, arguably, of course, the trend is up long term, I suppose, or long term in this 15. But if you're trying to intraday trade something like this, it's just, for me anyway, a real challenge is where you're going to put a stop. For me, this CrowdStrike looks like it wants to, or CrowdStrike. It is. I was right. I don't want to keep calling it CrowdSource. CrowdStrike is, yeah. I mean, it is trying to recover a lot more. It's at the high of the day, not counting, of course, the pre-market. Here's a good example. Look at the SPY here. I mean, look at these topping tails. Look at this one right up here. I mean, remember now, this was a green candle all the way up there, but the sellers have just stepped in and knocked it down. Okay, now, are they still going to be in control? I don't know. Well, let's see what it's pulled back to. Okay, again, I'm not a great pullback trader, but so the VWAP is 490. So what did it do? It didn't get really that close to the VWAP. I have a 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart here. So I really haven't got a clue. I mean, it's not pulling into the VWAP, which could act as support. It's not pulling into this 10 SMA, which could act as support. It's way up here. So I really don't know. Somebody else maybe would have a different idea on it, but that's all I see right now for the serve. Maybe if it takes out the high here, the high of the current candle, and then two candles ago, say the 588, that may get it going. I'll just put a price alert there and see if it happens. Hey, give me a moment, guys. It's got nothing. Okay, Mark. It's got nothing to do with timeframes. The AI. The AI is. Imagine this were an AI alert. Okay, you get a set of filters. I'll take a look at this one. Okay, you get an alert. I get an alert if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high of the day. Okay, it's got nothing to do with the time frame. Whether you're on a 1-minute chart, 5-minute chart, 4-hour chart. It's got nothing to do with that. And that's what the AI really is. It has a set of filters. Like there are different strategies within the AI. So imagine this were one of the strategies within the AI. So it just had, if all the filter values are met, and whatever the trigger is, be it a new high of the day or a 5-minute high or whatever that trigger is, real time, you get the alert. So it's got nothing to do with the time frame, and it doesn't look at the SPY or the diamonds or IWM. No, it's basically just looks at stocks. Okay, makes sense. In other words, if a trigger was a new high of the day, whether you're seeing that on a 1-minute chart, a 5-minute chart, a 1-hour chart, it doesn't matter. It's a new high. All right, guys, RR, did see this one a little earlier. Rich Tech Robotics. Well, if it could ever get really going, this, I sort of remember this day when I got up to 12. And then look at that, utter collapse. Been doing nothing now for months. Now, serve may be setting up again, guys. Might be setting up again. There's a big topping tail, bottoming tail. Remember what it means. Topping tail, the price was up to 630. Sellers knocked it there. Okay, there's a little price alert now around that 6 level. So sellers knocked it down to 580. Sellers knocked this down to 535. And now the buyers are in control again for a while. Always going to be this tussle between buyers and sellers all day long in any stock. Okay, but some are more dramatic than others. Just a strange day, guys. Again, not many in this one that usually is easily full by now, and no AI alert yet. It's a kind of a tough day to go long. It's a tough day for bouncers too. You want the market to be, doesn't have to be going up, but you don't want it to be going down when you're going to try to play a bounce play. Even if it just sort of settled. But if the market just continues to drift down, 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 pretty tough to get confident about a bounce play either. Bounce plays work way better, especially if the market, if a stock gets knocked down. Maybe my favorite day is a day in which the market gaps down and then kind of recovers, because what happens is you get a lot of stocks that are going down because of the market, not necessarily they have any bad news specific to them. And then if you get the bounce and the market starts to recover all day, boy, you get some great bounce plays of name stocks, big name stocks. They didn't go down because they had specific news. There's serve, guys. Just give me a moment, guys. Yikes. Okay. Yes. I took the serve. What I was trying to do is get rid of some. Okay. And which I did. Okay. I got rid of some. Now I can kind of try to hold on and see if it has some insane move. My key was over 6 for me personally. Because you see, I had a price alert right around 590. Let's see if I can hold this area. No, that's wrong. Sorry. Okay, so now I want to see if I can take out that 50-cent level for serve, which it sort of did. You're welcome, Mark. You too. Have a great weekend yourself. This is Mark in our YouTube room. What time is it now? 11:18. It's been a pretty quick morning for me, anyway. Okay, I'm out of it now, guys. Totally out of it. I may get back in later on in the day if it takes out that 650. Hmm. Now, this could be interesting going forward. Next week we'll have to see what happens next week with this one. Okay, guys, let's see if there's anything else. To check some of these earnings plays. So, yeah, little one, VZLA, an earnings play. Yeah, it's at the high of the day. It's basically just gone. It's just basically flat back to yesterday's close. Now, this could be interesting. ALV could be interesting. This is an earnings play, and it's near the low of the day. Okay, ALV. I like the fact that it's just underneath this whole number. The pre-market low was 96.21, so there's a little bit of room to that low. Looking up left on the weekly chart, I don't see anything. So let me. I don't see another low. So let me check the monthly chart. So on the monthly chart, the next low is 89.37. So that's not quite $10 away. Say $9 away. Not saying it's going to get there, but that's the next low for ALV on the monthly chart. And this is an earnings play. Good volume, 1 million, 5.4 times normal. Well, serve is getting in. I mean, I'm not in it anymore, but it is still, the longer it holds over 6. Yeah, we've gone over NAS. Yeah, Joe. I mean, it's just too choppy. It's very choppy right now. It's halted a few times. Very choppy right now. Looked like when it took out 10 earlier that could really get it going, because the next time the weekly chart was 11 something, but it's very choppy right now. Well, Serve is definitely the one, guys. I mean, that has captured the attention of a lot of traders, obviously. And again, this is the and again, if you didn't see this, this is the news on Serve. Okay, Nvidia discloses it's a 10% stake. I think they bought 60,000 shares at around $4. All right. Well, again, not in it anymore, but this is just ripping now. Yeah, I mean that's why I was really surprised to see this little. I mean, it wasn't a huge sell off, but I mean it was just the weakness, the initial weakness for Serve. You know, when the market opened down to $4. But you got to be careful. I mean, look at this. I mean, you know, this got up to 691, right back down to 630. You know, it depends where you're putting your stops. You know what? It's 11:23. This is maybe a good opportunity to. I haven't talked about money management for actually a few weeks. It seems so. You know, we're going to have some new traders in here and how important money management is. So let me bring up the Brokerage Plus window. Give me a moment. So this is the Brokerage Plus window. Okay, so only available if you're using our downloadable application. You would click on New, and then Brokerage Plus. This is the window that you're going to see, and I'm going to demonstrate its use in the simulator. Okay, now, as I said before, if you do want to trade if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, there is a way in which you can connect this and then you can trade from within Trade Ideas. Only those two accounts. You don't have to. If you have those accounts, you don't have to, of course. But what I'm going to demonstrate its use as a simulator and sort of go over money management. So let me try to pick a stock that's not insanely volatile. Let's go CAS, CAAS. Let's say I wanted to trade this. Okay. So first of all, let me back up a bit. The way I trade is I'll have just give me one moment. Sorry about that. So I have a checklist and everything has to be checked before I take the stock. Everything. I have a checklist. Now, it doesn't really matter what my checklist is. You know, I mean, you have to develop your own trading style and all. Don't try to impose my style on anybody. But a lot of the things that are checked will already be checked based on my scans. In other words, I'm not going to see a stock outside of the price range that I'm comfortable trading. It'll have at least the minimum volume that I need, maybe the minimum relative volume that I need, things like that. So a lot of the things are already checked when I see when an alert happens. Okay. So my next step then is, okay, if I want to if cash shows up, then I have to be able to say, okay, if I took this trade, if it doesn't work, where am I getting out of this trade? Okay, where am I getting out if it doesn't work? Where's my stop, in other words? So let me just demonstrate some money management, okay, and I'll explain why I'm doing all this. I'm going to take 500 shares. Why is the spread so terrible? It doesn't matter. I'll do it anyway. I just want to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it and send it. Okay, so now I'm in this trade and it was at entry was 419. Okay, I'm going to put a stop at 399, and I will explain why. So on the chart, there'll be approximately $100. It will appear. It will appear. There you go, minus $100. Okay, so again, if I had decided that this was a stock that I wanted to take, it would have meant that it would have to meet all my requirements of taking a trade. So the first thing I do is I'll say, okay, if I took this trade, at 419, where am I going to put my stop? Because obviously not every trade is going to work. I have to have a price I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working, and that's my risk. So why I put the stop at 399, it's not because this was the ideal stop or anything like that. I wanted to make the math super simple. Typically my stops are based on maybe the low of a 15-minute candle, or the low, or if I'm like breaking over a whole number, maybe a low just below the whole number, things like that. That's how I look at things. So if my stop in this case, and again, I'm doing this just to make the math super simple, I put my stop 20 cents away on purpose. If I analyze this and my stop was 20 cents away, and I'm going to get in at 419, for me to make this a viable trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade. Okay. If I'm going to risk 20 cents, I want to be able to at least make a 1 for 2, risking 20 to make 40 cents. Okay. Doesn't mean I'm going to. So how do I sort of not ensure, but take a look at something like that and say, well, could I make 40 cents on the trade? That's why you always hear me say, look left, look left, look left. Because this is not a great example, but if I look left and I'm in at 410, and the next high looking left is at 450, which is 40 cents away, then it becomes something that I can trade. Okay. As long as that next high, in this particular case, risking 20 cents, is 40 cents away, then it becomes something that I can trade. If my stop is 20 cents away and the next high is 5 cents away, I'm not taking the trade. Okay. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 5 cents. Now, just because if I looked at this and the next high happens to be 40 cents away, doesn't mean it's going to get there, but that's my expectation, that I have a reasonable expectation of making a 2-to-1 or 1 for 2 risk reward. Okay. So why did I take 500 shares? Again, all this is about making the math simple in trying to explain this. So the next step is, okay, if I get into the trade, how much am I actually willing to risk on the trade? Risk meaning how much am I willing to lose on the trade if it's not working for me? So hopefully this makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this particular case, in the simulator, I like demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. So that's why I took 500 shares. If I get stopped out 20 cents, if I obey my stop and I get stopped out at 399 at my 419 entry, I lose 20 cents. 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. Okay. So that is the concept then of how many, because I don't take the same number of shares every trade, and my stop is not the same every trade. In other words, I don't have a 20-cent stop every trade, a 10-cent stop every trade. My stop is based on, my entry and where I think I'm going to put my risk amount, where I'm putting my stop. It could be 15 cents away, it could be 5 cents away, it could be 25 cents away. Could be 17 cents away. You see what I'm saying? It's all different. Consequently, the number of shares I'm taking is going to vary from trade to trade, because what I try to do, excuse me, is risk the same amount per trade. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 to the next, 50 the next. Within reason, I try to risk the same amount per trade. So that's why I'm demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade in the simulator. So having said all that, before you start trading, I would heartily recommend that you practice trading using our simulator or some simulator, okay, before you commit money to the market. Our simulator, to use our simulator, you need our standard service, and it uses our real-time data, okay? It uses our real-time data. Oh, okay, Nasky, so now you're Nick in the room. Okay, cool. So it uses our real-time data. Until you can make money in the simulator, please don't try to make money live. Excuse me, okay? Because trading in a simulator is, well, there's no emotion. There's no emotion whatsoever. If I get stopped out in this trade, oh well, I lose $100, okay? There's no emotion. When you start trading live and then you start seeing your P&L fluctuate, and okay, first of all, let me talk a little bit about obeying the stop. Again, in the simulator, super simple to obey the stop. I lose $100, I get stopped out, big deal. When you start trading, and let's say you've been able to make money in the simulator, and people say, well, how long will that take? I have no idea. No, Dwayne, the competition starts on Wednesday, next Wednesday to Thursday. So, people say, well, how long is it going to take me? I have no idea. It depends on how diligent you are, how much time you're willing to spend doing it the right way. I use my golf analogy, okay, when I used to be a pretty big golfer. And I see guys on the driving range, and they'd spend hours on the driving range with horrible technique, and so the fact that they spend hours on the driving range meant nothing, okay? You could spend an hour with great technique and, trying to understand what you're trying to do instead of spending 5 hours on horrible technique. Same thing with this. You can spend all sorts of time, but if you don't know what the heck you're doing, it doesn't matter. So try to devise some kind of a trading strategy, some kind of a trading plan. And what that might be, at the beginning of your trading career, you don't know what it's going to be. I'm a momentum trader, but I didn't decide way back when that, yep, I want to be a momentum trader. First of all, I had no idea what that meant. Okay. And look, to trial and error before I decided what I like to see finally made sense to me. Okay, so Eagle, the competition has not started yet. Okay, it hasn't started yet. It starts on Wednesday. Okay. Well, Nick, I can't. I can only send you to. I'll interrupt myself. I can only send you to accounting. Okay. Oh, okay. So it'll be any AI alert that you see on the channel, in the AI channel. Okay, they're available to trade. In the channel. I didn't realize that until yesterday. I thought it was just going to be these guys. Okay, the ones that showed up on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But I was told yesterday, no, it's anything that's in the channel. Okay, the channel is here. I'll interrupt this. Channel is here. If you click on new and then docked channel bar, and then should be at the top, Holly AI. Okay. Excuse me a moment. So any symbol you see here, okay. Now right here, you look, there are no AI alerts today. Very rare, but there are no AI alerts today. But here in the history, these are symbols that you can trade. Again, this starts to Wednesday. So but these are any symbol you see in here, you can trade it. I'll be honest, I'm not sure, if a symbol drops off this list. I don't know how a symbol drops off the list, but that's not up to me. Assuming there's a way obviously they can track it somehow that you clicked on a symbol from one of these, a symbol in this list, or of course one of the symbols that eventually will show up here. Any symbol you see on this channel, any symbol you see in this channel, how you trade it is up to you. Because this was a short opportunity, way back when, I don't know when, but if you decided, you know what, I want to go long, you can do it. So you don't have to trade in the direction of where the initial alert happened. You trade it the way you see fit. But again, it doesn't start till Wednesday. Well, you see it by clicking on the AI channel in our, okay. If you click on new from our toolbar and then go to docked channel bar, okay, and I can bring this up again. It's right here, Holly AI. That's what you see here. This is the Holly. That's why typically I don't display this, because if you just want to see the alerts of the day, I have this window, and that's it. For me, I don't need to see all this other stuff. But I guess if you're in the contest, you want to see all these other alerts too, not just the ones that are happening on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday on a daily basis. Well, whoever makes the most money at the end of the contest, Nick. Okay, that's how it's organized. Your own selection, of course. I mean, some people will maybe trade HE, some people might trade HIV, some people might trade VIRT, some people, I mean, it's up to you. And, and even if you trade HE and somebody else trades it, they may do a better job than you. Okay. But again, you can trade any symbol that you see on the AI channel. And I think the rule is you can do 5 round trips for a symbol on any given day. In other words, you can buy and sell that same stock 5 times max. And then whoever has made the most money at the end of 3 days wins. It's that simple. Okay, Nick, you better, I don't know if you're part of it, please read the instructions, okay? The contest starts on Wednesday, goes to Friday, 3 straight days, next Wednesday. Well, of course, it's not real money, Nick. It's simulation. It's all simulation. Did you play your 777? Okay. No, well, not you, Rizio, but maybe you haven't paid, because just read the instructions. I mean, it's all there. Okay. This is the link. It's not real money. Of course not. Well, okay, guys, I mean, this is just a general statement. If you're in the test drive, I mean, it should be all here. Okay. All the rules are here. Okay. It's a 3-day event. I mean, it's all here. I mean, I can go over them, but I mean, it's all here. A bit, your question about, when does it start? It starts on the 24th to the 26th. And there's no way. It's not a competition using real money. No way. Rizio, yes. If you've already signed up, you have you're just like you're a premium subscriber right now, Rizio. Okay. Yes. Click on it right now. You can click on it right now. It's just as if you are a premium subscriber. The contest is one aspect of the test drive. The test drive is starting today, plus goes up to the 29th. Incorporated in the test drive is also a contest. Nobody has to go into the contest, but why wouldn't you? I mean, who knows? You might win the 3,000. When you say the new tab is all dark or all blank, if you're talking about this, are you talking about these right here? So are you talking about this because there have been no AI alerts today? If you're talking about these two windows here, there have been no AI. It's strange. There are no AI alerts today. But all these, I mean, these are previous AI alerts, and you should be able to click on them, and the symbol will show up. Oh, you can't see what I. Okay. Well, you might have to do a refresh. Okay, Rizio. Then you have to maybe do a refresh in the trading room. I can't show you because, but there's a little should be beside a gear. If you see a gear, there's a little refresh icon. I thought you meant something else. So let me quickly just complete my money management. Okay. The big key thing about money management is really obeying your stops. Okay. You place a stop. You may have finally made money in a simulator, and you think you're ready to start trading. So you start trading, and with all the best intent, you place your stop. And maybe at the first few, you completely obey them. You get stopped out. You take your manageable loss and all that. But all of a sudden, there comes one stock, and you place your stop, and it starts drifting down towards your stop price, and you can't believe it because the serve, as an example, maybe early on, because you looked at the news. My goodness, Nvidia taking a 10% stake in the company. How can this go wrong? You can still go wrong, and you don't obey your stop. I'm just using serve as an example. And so your $100 manageable loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally obey your stop, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop because a manageable loss, $100, shouldn't kill you. So that's one scenario. The second scenario is almost as bad. Is that, yeah, you don't obey your stop, you're down 500, and now it does turn around for you, and now you're making money, and you're so glad you didn't obey your stop. Of course that can happen. Okay, of course that can happen. But I'm telling you, money management is so critical if you want to keep doing this. Okay, take your lumps, take your loss, your manageable loss, and move on. The other thing to do, or try not to do, is revenge trade. And it's so simple. And I did it. Everybody does it. Everybody has done it. I don't do it anymore. But the revenge trading would mean something like this: you take your loss, you're down 100. Remember what I was saying? How I try to risk about the same amount for every trade. Well, you can really fall into a pattern of saying, "Well, I lost 100 in this trade. You know what? I better risk 200 on the next trade. So when I win, I'll cover that $100 loss, and I'll be up 100." So all of a sudden, it doesn't work. You lose. Now you're down 100 plus 200. Now you're down 300. Well, I better risk 400 the next trade. On and on and on. Okay. So that's it, guys. Practice trading. The blue chip, yeah, this blue screen you see here is our simulator. Yes, these are simulated trades in here, and this is what you'll use in the contest if you get into the contest. Oh, I know you guys were talking about costs. There it is. There's costs. Okay, KOSS. It is possible to take part in the competition on the web-based version. It's not quite as easy. So let me show you though, DT. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, you have to load this one, okay? Hmm. I thought I'd see. Just give me a moment. Well, wouldn't you know? Unfortunately, my computer goes crazy when I load this web-based version. But how the heck do you get into this now? They've changed they have changed this on me. I want to get into the portfolio, the dashboard. Okay. So this is what you'd have to do. Okay. You see here, again, guys, I'm sorry, my computer's going to go look crazy because I'm in this web-based version. And that's what happens. So here is how you can place trades, okay, using this. The problem is now you can have this up, I think, because you're going to have you're going to have to also have the AI channel up in the web-based version, so you can see the AI alerts, and then you can use this to trade. It's not easy, okay? Because unfortunately, the AI alerts are not going to be in here. It's not really designed to be used. This contest. It can be done, and people did it. There might be a better explanation somewhere. Okay, you wanted the link. So this is the link, but again, they've changed the website on me. So when you click on the link, okay, when you click on the link, yeah, if you click on these little three bars here, and then click on My Trade Ideas, and then that'll show up. Very complicated, I know. Way easier if you're using our downloadable application. Nick, it's a lot easier because our phone lines are, I don't even know, I think it's a lot easier if you just go to the home page, okay? And just give me your account. And then all you have to do is say, listen, I'm subscribed to the swing trades. Please unsubscribe me because I have a standard subscription, okay? There are people there right now, accounting people right there, because I have no idea how long it would take to get through on our phone. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link right here. And where you see need help, click on the need help, click on ask, and then click on chat. See, we're online right now. So all you have to do is click on the chat, give them your email address that you use to sign up, and say, I'm subscribed to Swing Trades, but I don't need to be. Please discontinue that. And they'll look at your account and they'll do it. Okay. Okay, DT, are you talking about how, with the contest? Okay, let me see if there's some, if anything hasn't developed that's easy. Just give me a moment. I'm just going to see if there's anything from one of the other traders may know. Okay, I'm going to see if there's anything. Okay, I just type that in. I don't have the layout that Dan, the CEO, uses. Chad, I don't have that. I have no idea what he uses. If you want, you can go to info at trade. I don't know of a specific layout that he uses, but info at trade-ideas.com, and you can see if somebody responds to it. I really don't know. Okay. So do I think that DJT looks as swing long in your opinion? Wow. Okay. Obviously, it's all about the election. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's falling, somewhat here. Well, I can't ask him. I have no, I don't have access to him. Just go info at trade-ideas.com. That'll get sent and he'll see it. Okay. I don't have a layout that, well, I'll tell you what, maybe I'll ask one of the other traders. Maybe they have. But the best thing to do is just info at trade-ideas.com, ask for the layout. And if somebody has it handy, they'll give it to you. Okay. So anyway, getting back to is the DJT. You're, I can't. I mean, to me, it's falling. Okay, I mean, right now it's been falling somewhat. There's the 200-day moving average. You would hope that that would hold it. But if you're asking me, should you take this right now for a swing trade? I certainly cannot form an opinion on that. My opinion is right now. I mean, it's falling, so I would be waiting. So I've asked the question, Chad, to see if anybody has it hanging around. I don't know that Dan has a specific layout that he uses, to be honest, but he probably changes it. Ah, well, and all that, I wanted to get into the cost, but now the next high looking left is 1291, 1289, 1289. Serve looks still good, guys. Serve does still look good. And you can see, you know, here cost, did cost win a race? Yeah, cost won a couple of races now. Wow, it's almost break time. Okay, you know what, Chad, somebody else is going to take over for me in our YouTube room. Andy may have access to it, okay? Just give me a moment. You're right, it's almost break time for me. I take a break between 12 and 1. So let me just get this up here on a break. I'm not gone yet, but Andy, he's going to be coming into the YouTube room in YouTube in about well, a couple of minutes. He may have it, okay, Chad? On a break. I'll be back around. Boy, that was fast. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, and here is the YouTube link for those in our main room. So you can head over and listen to Andy. Okay, guys, so I'm just waiting now for Andy to show up. And I'll actually ask him, okay, Chad, if he's got access to it or knows how to get it quickly. Hard to get a hold of Dan, okay? So the serve is certainly still interesting. This one could still be a big one at the end of the day. There's that PSIG halted again. This was a SPAC that turned into PSIG. You can tell because it's not an IPO. Well, it kind of is a new wave IPO, but you can see it started trading as PSIG in the pre-market, and you know, IPOs do not do that. Like a normal IPO does not do that. You know, keep an eye also. You know, keep an eye on the NAS, the NAAS. It's again approaching that 10 level. Oh, okay. Looks like Andy's going to be a little bit late because he needs the login to get into our StreamYard. He cleared his cache. So that's why he's not here right now. He's not, he's got to, some gyrations now he's got to go through in order to get into, well, YouTube. We use StreamYard to stream YouTube and others. Okay, now how do I let Andy in? Give me a moment, guys. I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. Andy is just struggling to get into our YouTube room. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute in the main room. Okay, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. So, okay, guys. Well, we're having technical difficulties getting Andy into our YouTube room. Boy, this PSIG has certainly had a bit of a day, guys. I mean, it has been halted several times. And I think it just got halted again, perhaps. Yeah, it just got halted again. Talking to you in YouTube. I'll pop in. Well, I can tell you, well, according to us, PJ, earnings are September 4th. Okay, according to us. I do recall last time, though, they kind of surprised. I don't mean like it wasn't the same date that had been mentioned. They actually released early. So, but that's what we say is September 4th. All right, I heard a little pop, so that must mean you're in, Andy.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah. It's StreamYard is just it's a weird login. It's nothing you can save on our computer. It's something that Chris has to kind of moderate. But anyway, I'm glad I'm in.
Yeah, me too. How are you doing?
Doing good. Well, except for the fact that my Schwab account's been down all day.
Yeah, some have
Yeah.
said that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
interactive
no
brokers
fun.
have been fine, but yeah,
Yeah,
what
My Merrill account's been okay, but,
hmm.
yes, it's probably why Schwab has been getting hit lately, right?
Yeah, no kidding, no kidding.
But
Um, Before I go, there was a question from Chad. One, and I don't have Dan's layout. Okay, so I don't know if you have access to Dan's layout, where he might have it. He said he
I
saw it on
have
Twitter
let me
somewhere.
yeah, let me I'm not sure if he's updated it since I have it, Dan's
Okay,
layout, but I will share this and you can let me this is the only one I got, so really
okay,
that's all I can do, but I will definitely you know what, Barry? I'm gonna have to send it to you because let me see if it'll let me paste in here.
okay,
If not, I'll have to send it to you.
okay.
Because last time, I mean, last couple of times I've been in here, it won't accept my links.
Really? Yeah, I don't see that you've entered into the chat and into the top chat that I have. I don't even see that you're in there.
Yeah, see, let me let me drop it into the and then that way you can get it to
Slack.
them.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to figure out what's going on because they added me to the promotional trade ideas promotional, and I think maybe it was trade ideas educational that I had access to. But anyway, I got to figure out
Okay,
because. All right, Barry, did
okay.
you catch that one that you mentioned in the chat? I saw that coming through earlier.
You're talking about serve, SERV?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Okay, here we go.
Nice.
Dance layout. Okay, I'll paste that in. Okay, Chad, here is Dan's layout according to Andy.
Yep. Well, that's the most recent one I got.
Okay?
That was a few months ago. So if it's changed, that I can't. That's the best I can do.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, can I be a little bit later than 12? I did have a
Absolutely.
few.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I
Take your.
mean, one.
I got
Okay.
nothing going on. Yeah. Take it.
Okay.
Take your full hour or longer if you need it, buddy.
Okay. Thanks a
All
lot,
right.
Andy.
Uh huh.
Okay.
Bye
Bye
bye.
bye.
All right, guys. Sorry about the.
Yeah. So, guys, I'll probably be back about 1:10. Okay. Instead of 1 o'clock. So I'll just redo that.
Are you still? Still you going to chat some more, Barry, or are you done? Barry, you know you're still live, right, on the mic?
Okay. So we'll see you
Okay.
in about an hour.
Can you guys hear me? 'Cause it didn't sound like Barry could hear me there towards the end. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. Thank you. Sound like Barry. Thank you, Trader 77, Niv Top, Peppy, Chad. All right. Crazy market. Last couple of days, I've really thinned out. I've had a nice July, and I just not crazy about this market. That's for sure. So not doing a whole lot, and I'm hedged. Possibly almost net short. So I really couldn't do anything if I wanted to. Well, in my Merrill account, I can, but not the Schwab. Speaking of which, let's see. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, you'd be down all day like that. It's getting a bounce. So maybe I'm going to check it periodically. Let me pull this bad boy up over here and check it to see if this thing ever gets, because I have some executions that was trying to do in the early goings of the market, but everything is pending now, which is scary because more than likely they're going to give me the give me the losers and cancel the winners. That's not a whole bunch of them. Well, let me see if nope, still down over 2.5 hours. It's pretty lame. All right, so guys, this is if you guys have any questions about the software, be sure to hit me up and we'll try to tackle them. If you're looking to build something, that's always a fun little thing to do in here. Uh, Otherwise, we can definitely talk markets. Definitely look for opportunities, stocks. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, that Merrill, I had a moment of about 30 seconds in my Merrill account where it was a little slow, but other than that, yeah, it's been able to execute all day. Kind of upsets me because I can see the volume come in. I noticed that. Look at the SPY there, a nice huge volume bar in the SPY. So had a buy program come in or something. So I would have liked to have maybe picked some stuff off, but that's okay. All right. Yeah, this BCRX, I'm not sure if I got it or not, and bought it this morning. I kind of like that chart right there, pulled back to this 10 period moving average and this support level. Yeah, this is one where I probably won't get if it keeps going. But let's take a look at some possible opportunity. I don't know if you guys caught it. Email that went out, Earnings Watcher. It kind of gave you guys something I like to keep an eye on Earnings Watcher, and sometimes we'll run a race. So now that we're getting into the heart of earnings season soon, you're going to have a lot of companies reporting earnings, and the way, and you could build this really easy. Okay, not much to the configuration at all. It's just uh, earnings date. Okay, that's how you bracket it to only show stocks that reported earnings. I'll get to you in just a minute, uh, Peter. Uh, After the close yesterday, that would be a negative 0.25, and the open this morning, 0.25. So it's going to give you all the stocks that reported yesterday after the close and all the stocks that reported this morning before the bell. And then I just price $5 volume today. Just make sure I'm not getting a bunch of stocks that don't do any volume. And then change from the close. This is the big one. I only want to see stocks that are, doing well, performing well off after earnings. And then I would recommend is just launching a race. And I have one already up over here. I don't want to share. I want to load. Yeah, and then just watch them in a race, and you can boy, what a nice, like right there. You would have caught this in a race. I didn't have it up, but boy, you would have saw it coming, through your board right there on that break, back above 76. It just I know a lot of people don't like the races, but I can tell you one thing: if you're looking at a top list and you're watching earnings plays, and maybe the stock that's on the move now is down the list, 10 spots down the list, and then all of a sudden it starts to have a move like this, you're going to see it in a race where you're not going to see it in a, it's going to be more difficult to see it in a top list. So that's when I like to use a race. Yeah, I can share it. Yeah, well, gosh, dang it, it's not sharing. Shoot me an email, Iris, and I will definitely share it. I got to figure out what's or when Barry comes back, that's what we'll do. When Barry comes back, uh I'll shoot it in our Slack and let him drop it in there. But it's a great way to, like, H band. See H band moving at the top now. Okay, even though it's at the bottom of my top list, so I might not see this, potential move in H band if I'm just looking at a top list. As a matter of fact, I can guarantee you we wouldn't see it. So I wouldn't see it. But if I'm looking at a race, I know all these stocks are performing well. I would be able to catch it, catch that move right there. And then I could just put a price alert. Well, if it gets above this level right here, I might be interested. So I hope that makes sense. That's where the races are most beneficial, to me, when I know the stocks in my watch list have potential, and I want to see the one that's moving currently. You're welcome, Iris. And it's really beneficial, obviously, when we get into the thick of season where you have maybe 50 companies reporting, the night before in the morning. Anyway, we'll keep this up. I'll just put it right here for a second. Hopefully it does it. Yeah. Okay, let me get to Peter's question first, Chad. I need your opinion. Michael Nosh yesterday talking about RSI overbought, oversold. Yesterday I was at 100%. Great day. Never looked at RSI. Now, yeah, RSI is something I don't really, pay attention to. Maybe on the daily sometimes if I uh, am mostly to be to take profits versus trying to pick a bottom, because I'm telling you those things can stay overbought for a very long time. And I think if you're only using RSI, you can get into a lot of trouble. Uh, but I like it when I have profits and I look at where it's getting a little bit overbought and there's a chance, it could definitely do a pullback. So that's when I like to use that RSI. And honestly, I don't even do it that much. I may just throw it up real quick in a chart or see, or I can in a column. You can look at it in a column, or you can uh, look at it in a chart. Although we don't have RSI, do we? We have, yeah, we do. What's the one we don't have? But Peter, don't feel like everything you hear you have to make it part of your process, or part of your analyzing, because it can boggle your mind. If I mean, if you're trading well and you've never looked at it, uh, don't feel like you have to, include it. Do you have advice for traders who struggle with prematurely exiting profitable positions, often selling before reaching the original target price and planned exit? Great question, Chad. Actually, that's probably one of over my career, uh, toughest issues. I've always been really good at entries, and that's the most important part of a trade is an entry. But if I do have a drawback, uh, I may take profits too quickly, just because I think it comes stems from being a day trader for basically 16 years. You get it's really hard to break away from watching those intraday charts, and you see something and you got to remind yourself, wait a minute, I'm not a day trader anymore. I'm a swing trader. So don't get too caught up in this action that you're seeing. And yeah, I let it affect me and I'll get out too quick. But while I'm doing that, I'm taking profits, but still, I preach it all the time. Watch the charts, and they're going to show you the true picture of what's going on. And but it's sometimes it's hard to do. That's why I say, take half off, and all the good traders that I know do that. You get some nice profits, take half off, and it makes it easier for you to hold on, to that second half. Or even if you're having a hard time doing that, sell 75% and just make yourself hold at 25% until it like technically breaks down, or it hits that target that you had from the beginning. When I review trades, I see about 50-50 profits left on the table and some that fail. Knowing how to balance these strats is difficult. Yes, a lot of it depends. A lot of it depends on the market. Here's what the way I look at it. When you get a market that's, gets long in the tooth like we were in the spiders, and you're expecting at any time we could see this kind of action that we're seeing right now, my staying power is lessened because, I know we're overbought. I know, this has just been an incredible run, this year. Jeez, for the last 15 years. So my staying power, like I said, my targets are shorter, my hold times are shorter versus maybe buying a stock right here. Okay. So if I'm in right here and you're just kind of breaking out above the 50 and it's the start of the move, I will have more stamina and stay in a chart stocks for longer because I know this is potentially, breaking out to another move, and you could go higher. So especially like, at bottoms of market, that's where too many people, sell too quick. They like when you're able to like spot, the bottom of a move, maybe a stock's had a 10%, pullback, got into a bear market briefly, and then all of a sudden, this technical set up and you get that move. That's where you really need to have staying power, and really try to hold on, to your positions, and it really just keep, even if it's 25% of your trade, you want to hold on to that as long as you can. Make it almost go back to negative on you, or at least really break down technically. It's hard to do. I mean, it really is. I mean, I'm pretty good at catching bottoms, and I caught Meta around $90 down here. Now, I ended up having a really nice trade, but, I was probably, you know, I was probably out of the total trade at 190. So even though it's 100 points, look what I left on the table. I mean, it's just crazy. That's what I'm saying. When you do catch these bottoms, you gotta. I mean, I can see if you got out when it broke down below the 50 right there, but look how long it stayed above the 50-day moving average. That was another 100 points. So uh, it's really important. When you catch bottom of markets or bottom of stocks, man, to really let them work for you. Yeah, yeah, there you go. Trader 77. I like what he has to say, Peter. That's when I like to look at RSI. When I look at a stock that's trying to put in a bottom, a lot of times I will look at RSI. In other words, seeing the divergence where the price is kind of still kind of meandering down, but the RSI is not going down anymore. It's diverging and starting to move upward. And that is where I like uh, to basically use the RSI. You got to be real careful buying a stock just because the RSI. I mean, you look at some of these stocks that have been, beaten up like you. I mean, from here, I mean, look at this. I'm sure the RSI was buried during all this time. Look at it, just kept going lower, kept going lower. Where a lot of people are staring at RSI, they're saying, "Oh, this thing's so oversold. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it." It just keeps going lower. You have an imbalance of looking at my portfolio more than the chart. Uh, yeah, I mean, I could see that. As a matter of fact, when I was a day trader, I would have my positions on my blotter, but after several years, I took my P&L off because I did not want to see my P&L because I did not want to trade based upon my P&L. I wanted to trade based upon the charts. So that really helped me. Uh, if you're a day trader, I mean, and another thing too, if you look down there, and you see some really good profits, a lot of times, and let's not kid ourselves, we all do it. We'll just take, we'll simply just hit the button because we have a good profits, hit the sell button, and that's, yeah, you want to break that habit. And so I think if you Yeah, it really helped me by taking my P&L. It doesn't bother me as much as a swing trader, but in my day trading days, I had vast improvement by not looking at my P&L. Yep. Interesting. The market having a hard time. Thought like that volume came in and boy, it's just rolling back over. I'm very content, having some shorts, and I'm probably going to be looking to add to them as well. Oh wow, Chad, you're a young one. Let's see. Great. Well, it sounds like you've been doing your homework because I can tell by the way you communicate in here that you know what you're doing, or it looks like you are doing your homework. So that's good. Let's take a look at my see what's happening in the above all moving averages. Coin having a nice day, but see, boy, these things are so hard to trade. They're just so nasty. Vert after its move yesterday, that was a holly call. I thought that was a great holly call right there because it was coming through my earnings race all morning yesterday, and boy, nice little subsequent move there as well. This little above all major moving averages is for those that may are not looking for low float stuff, and you want to day trade stuff that's just strong and doesn't necessarily have to be doing volume. Okay, we can pull up the window here, show open the top list, and basically configure. These are just stocks that are above all their major moving averages, and all you got to do is look at the 10, 200, the 20, and the 50. So we know they're above all of those on the daily chart. Looking for more liquid stocks. These are not going to be probably low floaters. And that's it. Okay. And just running a race off of something as simple as that. If top on the T and A list, is there a way to change the name that is listed at the top of the box? You talking about like above this all major moving averages? That name? If that one's real simple, all you got to do is right click. Well, you gotta do it in the T window. Let me pull up a T window. So the sector analysis here, if I wanted to change that name, I right click, go to configure, go to summary tab, and just do that and put whatever name you want to in it. You're welcome. What do I think of serve? Well, I think for me, why is it not coming up on my 15-minute chart? Got a lot of stuff open over there. For me, the idea is to catch it, right around in here, breaking. That's just a beautiful little horseshoe there. And, if you're a day trader, this is something you probably should have had your eye on this morning with the gap up. And look at the little breakout right here. Okay, see that high? See that breaking out of there? Now, Peter, I mean, obviously, I don't, I'm not sure what happened here. If it was, I have no idea, but that's a huge void. So you really don't have any resistance, but at the same time, it is up 147% on the day. So I don't know. I really don't have an opinion. I'm the type that likes to catch the setup and then ride it. Once it gets like this, I mean, you can try. I would be looking for maybe a pullback to this sixth level and see if the 10 period moving average. I'll put an alert there just in case it catches it, but a little too extended, for me. But gosh, incredible volume, relative volume, 500. This thing could keep going. It's just, you could get if you buy it here, there it goes. It could keep ripping or it could have another 50, 60 cent pullback real easy on you, but definitely strong. I'll pull this race over here for a second just to get things cleared up. Let's spy. See, guys, when you start, we've had pretty much the same market for a very, very long time. Okay. When you start seeing things like this as volume come in here, it's like people thinking, oh, here's the buy program. We're going to bounce and go to highs and look at it just roll right back over. And now it's near lows again. You got to start paying attention to that because traders that last in the marketplace are ones that can adapt to changing conditions. And I'm not sure how long it's going to last, but the last 3 days have definitely been changing. Uh, once again, we are way overbought. Not so much now in the short time frame, but in the longer term time frame, yeah, we got way extended. So just keep in the back of your mind because if you find yourself doing the same thing over and over, and you're like things aren't working like they used to, just you got to learn to take profits quicker if you play the long side. And if you are a day trader, maybe look for some short opportunities. Nvidia bought a lot of shares today. So you're saying you company just buyback? Yeah, that doesn't mean a whole lot to me. It's as it rolls over to lows right here. You got to be careful. You see, I have an alert here at the 50-day moving average. That's where I want to see because you have this kind of a pivot level here going back. Got some nice support. You got the 50 and you got the two lows from yesterday. So this will be a critical level for Nvidia if it gets down to that. We pull it up just a little bit. So make sure I get it. There we go. Which is basically right at yesterday's lows. So that's if it comes down there, that's going to be a critical level for it. I got to periodically get over here and check to see if Schwab's got their act together. Yeah, no, they don't. It's freaking ridiculous, man. Yeah, Bitcoin is definitely strong today. What a move. Yeah, you know what? I caught K-Web on this last move right here. I bought it because of this and scalped some out, and then I got stopped out of my last little chunk on this day right when once it broke through the 10 period moving average. But you're right, it's holding that level again, so probably it won't jump in with the way our markets are trading going into a weekend, but it's definitely I am glad you brought it up because I will put an alert if it does, if and when it does break through the highs. Today's highs, maybe it's Monday. Who knows? Maybe it's today. Oh boy, look at that. Been a nice little buy off that 10 period moving average. It's benefiting from CrowdStrike debacle, probably. What's crowd doing? Looks like it wants to do just the opposite. Horseshoe of death or rainbow of death. And SPY is the back at lows. So this is not fun if you're bullish, if you're sitting in a bunch of longs. And I may have to add to my SPX. And you're looking at the SPYs, they look like to me they broke this support, tried to bounce back up. Looks like they ran back into it, rolling back over. It's starting to feel like this wants to come down to the 50-day moving average, which by the time it does it will probably be right at this support level. So have an alert right there, but that's not a whole lot of support other than that. I guess one could argue a trend line. Peter, this is when I like to draw trend lines. The SPY going back to May or April. Well, let's see. One could draw it there, but then one could draw it right here as well. It's critical, big level right there, Mister. I don't know. Some of these things are getting ahead of themselves. When you look at course, I would what's it behind? Yeah, that's definitely back above its moving averages. What's Mara doing today? Well, spies went to lows and then put in a tail. Let's take a look at the other averages. Qs even look uglier. They definitely look like they want a date with the 50. And IWM, which has been the strongest the last week. Yeah, I'm not a big ATI average true range. That's basically all it's doing is just calculate. That's not really telling you anything, Peter, to be honest with you. It's just calculating the average true range of the last 14 days. So all it's basically just, yeah, that's just giving you the range, where here obviously it was very tight, not doing anything, just trading, within 20, 30 cents. So then when you factor in this big huge move, there's that H band alert. Yeah, so that all that's doing is telling you the range. Something like that's not going to help you with trading it intraday. All right. Feels good not to be anything, but I sure would like to know on those few trades that I tried to execute this morning. What was my, did I get executed? And that one would have come down to a flat, basically. Serve is definitely strong. Nice move in Hive. BTDR breaks that trend. No, Hood is going for me. I was already in it, and I bought some in pre-market, but no, I bought some yesterday. I bought some yesterday. That's when it was off the 20. I don't use Thinkorswim Nib Top. Send it. There it is. Thinkorswim's a little bit quirky. Are you launching them both as administrator, right, from your desktop? You gotta right click on them and check run as administrator on both of them. Okay, send a or come to our chat. I don't know if you know where our chat is online. Uh, It is a little bit quirky, but if you're running them both as administrator, it should be it should work properly. Now, they could be having some issues today as well. Seems like I tell you, man, there's going to be a lot of people upset. I mean, luckily, I was very light. I didn't have hardly any positions at all because of the action I've been seeing in the markets lately. But my gosh, if this market starts getting hit again and you got a bunch of holdings in Schwab and you can't execute, goodness, sure, it's just a coincidence. Yeah, it it's a little buggy. See, we're kind of we don't have any problem with softwares. Most of them they'd work. I'd say 95% of them work without a problem at all. But we're kind of at the mercy of their API, and Thinkorswim or just one of those ones where I guess they don't care that much about third party linking, so they just don't give us much help on their end on their API. So we're always trying to work around their little bugs. But uh, yeah, just come to our online chat. Chris is pretty good with that stuff. He can tell you everything you need to do, and then if it's not working after that, you probably just need to give it give it a day. Look at that serve, just continuing to go. This one right here. This is this is what I like about the red lines. If you're just looking at it daily on only about 3 or 4 months, you're like not seeing anything. But see a red line, excuse me, you can zoom out and see where the resistance is. And this is going back a year and 3 months ago. And it's telling you you're running into some resistance. But Barry tells me you have to be using a multi strategy window. I don't know why a new high doesn't work in a regular A window. GDRX trying. This it's a nasty little stock. I quit trading this thing because I bought it the other day. Going back over here off the 750. I like that pullback to the 50 period moving average. Kept holding it, got a breakout, and then the next morning it opens up and just comes slams all the way back down to this. It was pretty crazy. Anyway, I bought more and then sold it on the bounce. I'm going like, yeah, I don't need to be trading something like this. It's just nasty. Or if you want to be in something like that, you like the longer term look of the chart and the way it's setting up, just keep that in the back of your mind and just throw you a bid out there. A good to cancel bid, and you'll probably get hit at some point. Serve as a scooter company, huh? Self-driving delivery. Let's see, 1 million in revenues. What was the news today? Ah, okay. Yeah, that's what you were saying when you said, yeah, why would Nvidia get in the scooter market? Does it give the details? That's the question. Let me see. Nvidia purchased 1 million shares on April. And wait a minute. Okay, so 23. Yeah, that's strange. Well, surely they have some sort of other robotics besides scooters, but yeah, I guess Schwab is just going to be down all day. Yeah, PLTR has been trading well lately for sure. Unlike AI, which has been kind of been a mess. I wish I'd have been watching that this morning. It would have been. I might have seen it if I hadn't been messing with my stupid Schwab account all morning. It hasn't even touched its 10-period moving average. Got close there. That's as close as it got. It was like 30 cents, and then man, you can't short it. Well, maybe a good thing. Retired Fido, because I don't know where you would short it. I mean, I guess you can short it right here. Put alert right there at that low. So ride it up for another $10 and then short it. We can raise up that back up to the 10-period moving average. It pulls back maybe to that level and hits the 10 again. Oh, good, good. Niv, top. What was it? Was there another little trick you had to do? Ah, alternative method box needed to be checked. Yeah, Chris is on the ball, man. He you got to wake up awful early to get anything past him. Oh, your swab is working now, huh? Well, okay, let's take a look at mine. I'm afraid to look at my positions. Nope. Well, my pending orders are still cancel pending and open, and so uh, I don't know why hood. Let's see if I can cancel that. And no, a system error has occurred. May have been affected. So I'm afraid to fire off another one because I'm still getting the warning system at the top of the page. I mean, due to third party global, still getting that warning. See, I may ask Steve if his is working. Good job. It did work anyway, huh? Okay, so let's see. Go what Steve says. Yeah, I don't want to try an execution until I see what's happening with the buy orders that I had out there. I want to know. Let's see. Really, the only one I'm concerned about. Nope, it's not working for Steve either. So guess we'll just keep it on the radar. Keep checking it out. I'm just glad I'm hedged. This market goes to lows. No, I don't think it's due to a big account. Hold on, I'm gonna tell my wife something real quick. Guys, I'll be right back. The house cleaners are here, and my wife's not answering the text, so I gotta let them in. Hold on a second.
Go ahead, Andy. Andy. Oh, or was it just I missed him?
Okay, she ended up getting it.
Bye bye.
Hey, Barry.
You can go.
All right,
Yeah.
buddy.
Yeah.
You have a great weekend.
You too, my friend, and we'll
All
see you
right.
next Friday. I hope that'll be right near the end of the contest.
That's right. That's right. I'll be
Yeah.
around.
All right.
All
Okay.
right. Have
Thanks,
a good
Andy.
one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey guys, I've taken over in both rooms now. Let's get my music going. All right. But while I was on my break, so I know serve went absolutely crazy here. So look at what I was looking at, and well, I did it. Okay, this is the go no go. Okay, and on the 5 minute chart. And so the idea, of course, is if there's a color change, it's a signal to perhaps go in the direction of the color. So look what happened with serve SERV right at 1225. These are 5 minute charts. You see how the color changed from that little greenish, and then it got blue, and then from there it just ripped. I mean, we're talking 655 all the way up to 837, almost $2, almost $2. Now that's kind of how the go no go can work. I'm not saying it's going to work like that every single time, but man, that was a beauty. And you know what I'm sort of finding also is that the go no go seem to work better later on in the day. Give it time to sort of chop around. I don't mean necessarily just this stock, but give it time to chop around, and then all of a sudden you get these, I think anyway, really interesting setups, and that is the go no go. Now I was actually told you can try it. It's actually part of the test drive now. You can try it. Oh man, this PSNL driving me absolutely bonkers. I mean, look at this move this week, 129 up to 341. I still do not see any, before I say that, I don't see any news. Just give me a moment. Now, of course, a lot of that, Tony, may also be I have a little more time in the afternoon to look at all this stuff. My mornings are pretty frantic, and I don't really have a lot of time to look at stuff like that. And so, but here's PSNL. Here's another one. Look at this. So here was your transition right there, and that was at 1050. We had a transition going from that color, from the light green, to the blue. And, I mean, it's chopped a little bit, but really, I mean, this has just been straight up almost from 275 up to 345. And that's on the go, no go. Now, again, it's after the fact, all this happened. Did we know it was going to happen here? We don't know, but all you can do is take the trade, and you have your stop, and take the trade and see if it works on these transitions. Here's another one that is, I saw earlier, RR, and it is starting to rip here too. Absolutely. You can use it in the contest. And you can use anything that helps you trade, Nick, anything. I am told you can try it. See if you can load it. I'm told that it was a last minute deal that you could actually load it. Now it's no point in my doing it because I know I can load it, but click on new from the channel bar and then dock channel bar and click on go, no go and just see if you've got it. It's really that simple. Click here and then click on an alert. So right now it doesn't look like a go, no go chart, but the minute you click on an alert, it turns into the go, no go chart. So if you can do that right now and you haven't done the $49 add-on, then it's obviously good for the contest. You have no go, no go. Okay, well, if you click on, okay, first of all, Dave, are you using our downloadable application or the web-based version? Not available in the web-based version. So that's number one. So what are you using? Do you have a toolbar that looks like this with a file, new, tools, windows, etc.? Okay, so when you click on new, now click on docked channel bar, docked, not channel bar, but docked channel bar. And you should see it right here, go, no go. Well, I was told yesterday that they were going to make it available, so maybe I'm wrong. Well, this is my layout I've got. Dave. I mean, this is my layout I've got, and as long as I load a layout from the dock channel bar, my layout that I have will not disappear. I did not. So this is my layout that you see. Yes. Okay. Yes. And then I just clicked on new from the toolbar, and again it docked, not channel bar, but docked channel bar. Docked channel bar. Any channel that you load from the dock channel bar will not get rid of your layout. Okay. And then, well, somebody's telling me it's not. Well, I can't tell you how to use it. I mean, all I can tell you is that when you click on it, you've got this pop. I mean, how you use it is going to be up to you. You have to read these, like take a look at the launch video and take a look at the channel explainers. Okay. You have to take a look at this video, and here is sort of a synopsis of it. Okay. I mean, it's all about color, like transitioning from one color to the next, but watch the video. It was I think it was pretty well done. The founder of Trade Ideas, not Trade Ideas, but Go No Go. I think Michael Noss might be in here also. So watch the video. I can't, the video will do a heck of a lot better job than me. All I do is I just look at it and say, okay, here's a transition. These are these are scans, okay, that have been created. These are scans that have been created. These are the, I guess these are the positive ones, and these are the, well, negative. Go long, go short. These are just scans that have been created. Click on this, here's obviously, click on the no-go stocks daily. So you can see what happened here. I mean, it's obviously way after the fact, but there was a transition from the orange color to this color. That's what you should be seeing, a transition from one color to the next. Again, this is a buyout. See, a transition from one color to the next. Okay, transition, here's the color, transition to this color. Now, again, how you're going to trade them, I can't tell you how you're going to trade them, but that's what it's showing you. Okay. But again, I would watch the video. Watch the video, okay? Channel explainer. Watch the video. So Spanky, it appears that it is open, or it is available. I mean, how about PSNL? And no, let's take a look. I think it was really early. Yeah. So well, I think that's the one I demonstrated. In fact, yeah, right here. Oh no, I was doing the other one, the serve. Yeah. So you can see right here, transition right there at 274. Okay, initial. So there's your okay. Bright blue again is the trend to go up, and then the pause turned into this color, kind of a pause, and then when it went from that color to this color again, a suggestion to go long, a suggestion to go long. Now, are they all going to be like this? Of course not, guys. I mean, but all you can do is take the trade, practice. You can take the trade. I would have put a stop right there. Would have got in at, well, maybe down here. I wouldn't want to have a nickel stop, but just put maybe a stop. You can practice putting a stop at the low of the transition and see what happens. All you can do is see what happens. Nick, I really, really want you to watch the video, okay? You got to watch the video, okay? Please watch the video. A lot of this, I'm not an expert, okay? I'm not an expert. I'm just eyeballing what I see. I'm not an expert. Well, when you click on, oh, thank you, Pepe. I'm sorry, Peter. I've been tied up talking about this other stuff. When you click on, okay, from the doc channel bar, again, go, no go, and you should, now, if you don't see this pop-up, okay, you see this pop-up right here, and here are two videos, launch the video, like the go, no go launch video, and the go, no go channel explainers, okay, two videos, watch them both. And now, if you don't see this pop-up, it's possible it's behind this, okay? For me, it is not. Some people say they can't see it, and that they just, for whatever reason, it popped up behind the channel. Okay. So these are the two videos, but then there's also, text explanation, briefly what it's all about. Well, Nick, of course, I'm looking at something. Somebody asked me, where would have been a no on the go no go for PSNL. So I mean, if you were watching PSNL early, and you were watching it, say, do something like this, because. Give me a moment. I'm just picking on PSNL, but. So you may have been watching it early, okay? You have a go, no go chart. You're saying, wow, okay. Oh, there's a little color transition. Now, at that point, this is what I'd be doing. I'd be putting a price alert, somewhere in this area, okay, to see if it got up there, did that actually mean a transition, to the next color? That's what I'd be doing. If I had more time to do all this, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be looking at, some of the hot stocks and watching to see where I think if it hit a certain price level, that there may be a transition there. Well, it's a little late now because it's okay. Okay, just give me a moment. Pepe. Okay, there's the earnings watcher. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So Peter Smith, if you're still around, this is the earnings watcher scan. Okay. Well, you're in the Market Explorer, but what about the channel itself, Spanky? I know what you mean. I mean, here's the Market Explorer, and then here's Go No Go. All the other Go No Go strategies, including the intraday ones, right here. But what about on the channel itself? From the dock channel bar, the Go No Go channel itself. Yeah, I mean, it's possible this is on this gives you the unauthorized. It's possible. I don't know. Okay. Well, okay. I just Pepe, I trust you. Ah, I see. Okay. So these are still blank then. These are still blank. I see what you mean. These are blank. But how about if you just input a symbol? Just input a symbol. Never mind these, never mind all this, but what if you just input a symbol? Does it turn into the go no go? Oh, you can't do it. Maybe you have to do it first. That's a tricky one. You can't click on the symbol to activate the go no go in the charts. I see. All right. Well, I guess it isn't working then. Oh well, I thought it was. Somebody told me yesterday that it was going to be working. Yeah, you can't click on the symbol, and just by inputting a symbol, it doesn't turn it into the go no go charts. Okay, guys. Well, forget what I said then. There is a workaround. Okay. Why can you get it to float, the chart to float, and then do it from there, or no? Well, what I'll do then is I'll load it, and you tell me what the workaround is. Go no go. All those Market Explorer strategies are available. Okay, so I'm opening the go no go channel first. Okay, done. So you guys don't have this, okay? You don't have these scans. Don't tell me it's in the Market Explorer. Ah, it is. Okay, it's so you want me to open the Market Explorer and then go to select the strategies and then go, no go, and then pick any one of these? Okay. I'll go no 5 minutes. Ah, you see now, here's what's gonna happen for me though, okay. So you're saying if you click on something from here, it'll work? I'll take your word for it. The reason being is that what's gonna happen is, unless I direct it to so I don't want it to change here. I don't want it to change this, that chart. That's why I'm reluctant to do it. I know I can. I just have to figure out how to do it. I have to assign it a different color and all that. So dip buyer, is that what you did then? Is that what you did? You opened up something from the Market Explorer, one of the scans from the Market Explorer, and that's how you got it to work? Because I believe that then. Okay. So 100%, guys, 100%. You're not seeing any symbols in any of these scans. You see nothing. 100%. Because I'm trying to. Okay, I am trying to. I'm I'm trying to get tell this to our developers, and I don't want them to come back and say to me, "Well, what are you talking about? Of course they're there." So for 100%, these are not there. Okay, okay. Well, Nick, there's no way to detect it necessarily. You don't know ahead of time that PSNL is going to do this. Okay, you're at. But look at Serve. Okay, here's a great one. Serve, I think, is a great example. Okay, no guarantee that anything in transition is going to just do something like this, like PSNL did. I tried to explain this. So Serve right here, this already had a massive pop up to 654, a big percentage move already. So this is something that, if you were watching it early, and you should be, anybody should be, because, it won a bunch of races. This is something that, I would have been I would have had thumbnailed. What I would have done here is, seeing it up here, then I'm seeing this transition. So this is what I'm saying. I would say to myself, okay, why don't I put a price alert at the high of that candle and see what happens if it hits that price? Did a transition occur? Okay, that's so. I mean, and yes, and it doesn't mean 100% that it's going to do this, but there's a way in which, okay, you didn't get it at the beginning, but you certainly, got it from, you could have got it from 660 up to almost $9 as an example. Okay. But it's a matter of, you have to know that that's a hot stock. There are a few hot stocks. Okay, Spanky, watch what I do exactly. And I know I think you're an experienced user of Trade Ideas, aren't you? I'm sure I've seen you before, right? Okay. So just let me know if this doesn't work for you, because now what version of Trade Ideas are you on? I mean, I just want to make sure. I mean, I'm always on a later development version, but I don't know what the minimum you have to be on. But so if you go to help, if you go to account, okay, that's certainly plenty. Help and about. Yeah, that's fine. That should be fine. So okay, so let's do this together. So you click on new, you click on dock channel bar, you click on go no go charts. So at this point, you should see this, right? Okay, then something's going on. And you went to the dock channel bar. Well, is it possible you need to be on a later version? I don't know. Well, do you have go no go as an option? Maybe you have to be on a later version then. I don't know what the latest version is. I'll check my home page. Okay, we're not talking about this, Spanky. We're not talking about this. We know that this is not loading, okay? We know that these scans with symbols in, we know that's not loading. What I was going to do is just show you how you can then turn, because the problem is right now, in order to turn this into a go no go chart, you have to be able to click on a symbol. No, okay, man. Guys, when you click on the go no go charts, this is what you'll see the chart that is not a go no go chart. Yes, we understand that there's no symbols here. I don't even know if it's just blank or like blank boxes, but you will see no symbols. Here's what you do. Here's what you do. You click on new now from the Market Explorer, and Market Explorer, right click, strategy, and then here are the go no goes, and then here, like, don't ask me why, guys, that these are not in here, but these ones that you see at the top here are the six, and then here are the intraday ones. So if I click on go pullback right now if I click on this, it'll turn into the go no go chart. Okay. Don't ask me why it's not here, why you don't have that. I don't know. But at least you'll have access to the go no go charts for the duration of the test drive. Before you wouldn't even have been able to do this. Okay. So yes, I understand. You will not see anything here. No symbols, no nothing. You have to go to Market Explorer. Okay, good. Good. Whew. No, William, you can actually access it. Just like I don't know if you're listening exactly, but just like I said, you can access it. It's just that for some reason, these scans didn't make it in to the version that you guys are able to access. That's all I can say. So you have to load these scans from the Market Explorer, clicking on new and then Market Explorer, going to the go, no go, etc. And then you'll see all the go, no go scans. You can pop one of the windows out, click on it. When you do that, this will turn into the go, no go chart. There's no plan to include level 2 data and TI. Facitos, no. I mean, I know you probably know this. Virtually all brokers have level 2, so we're never going to do that. So you're saying at least 5.6.46, which is several months ago. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, that's about it. Now, again, Nick, how you trade these? I mean, I'll load this one. Okay. I mean, you click on them. You just have to figure out. Okay, is this something that I like? This is a transition. Is it something I like? Well, Spanky, I didn't know that in the first one. Oh, is that right? Which ones? Oh God, which ones? Okay. But the top three, or I actually wish I hadn't opened my big mouth that it was available. But we were told. Okay, so let me write that down. So the new go 5 minutes. Okay, new go 5 minutes. So this one. Okay, so that one's available. Okay. Why I did that, I don't know. Okay, no go rally 5 minutes. No go rally 5 minutes. Okay. All the intraday ones, or these are all intraday ones. And what's the last one? No go continuation 5 minutes. Okay. Well, as always, Pepe, thank you so much. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. So now I'm getting pushback on this Pepe. So I trust you implicitly and everybody else. New dock channel bar, go no go. No scans are here. No symbols are here. Okay, no symbols. I'm getting pushback. Obviously I cannot. I getting because I'm with Trade Ideas, so that's why I get all these scans. But I just want to make 100% sure before I stick my neck out any further. No, I did not. No, I completely try. I just want to make sure because they're sort of pushing back on me and saying, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? And yes, I'm sure because you're telling me. Aha. Okay. Thank you. I will. Okay. Thank you. Boy, that really loads up my system. That Imgur. Just give me a moment. No, no, Spanky. It shouldn't. It shouldn't make any difference because you see, I want to. I'm getting bogged down in this. I know, but the Go No Go is an add-on. Okay, it's a $49 a month add-on, whether you're a premium subscriber or a standard subscriber. Up until about I don't know 3 o'clock Eastern time yesterday, it was not going to be part of the test drive. Then they figured out a way to make it part of the test drive. Okay, so it really had nothing to do with whether you were a premium or standard subscriber. So they were able to make it part of the test drive, but with now, but until Pepe figured out how to do that, but you only have access to those scans. Now, Pepe, once you have the chart, does that mean you can input your own chart or your own symbol? I'm going to assume it does. Okay, cool. Okay, so you go. Okay, good. That's what I was hoping. So what happens then, guys, is you go through that procedure, load the channel. You'll get no scans in the right hand side. Of those boxes will be blank. Go to the Market Explorer. Go to the Go No Go. Excuse me. Click on New. Go to Market Explorer. Select the strategy. Go No Go. Pick, and it's only one of these three. The New Go 5 minutes. The New Go Rally, and the New Go Continuation. Load one of those, okay? Click on the symbol, and then your chart will turn into a go no go chart like this with the color with the transitions. Then you can take this and input any symbol you want, any of your own symbols. Okay? No, Fisitos. No, there's no plans to add level 2. I mean, I mean, I'm sure you know that, your broker has level two, but no, there are no plans to add. I'm talking to Facitos in our YouTube room. No plans to add level two. So if you don't care about the scans themselves, okay, that are in there, what you can do is also you can take the you can pop that chart out, make it into a free floating chart. Like this is what I've done. This is a free floating chart, and then I can input any symbol I want in it. I click on the symbol and it loads. Okay, guys. Well served. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But I mean, I don't really know where it can go because again, when we look at this, when I first saw this, I thought that was a massive gap fill, but it is not. This is, as I explained a lot earlier, this stopped trading in 2020. There's a company that obviously had this symbol. They stopped trading in 2020. This company, whatever they're called, Serve Robotics, I guess they said, hey, this is the symbol we'd like. So they grabbed it, or the symbol, the stock symbol that they like. So they grabbed it. This is not until 2024. So this is not the same company. Oh, ESNL. Oh my goodness. What a Somebody said you posted some news about her, right? Somebody posted some news about it. Give me one moment, guys. So it was a cross licensing deal. Man, oh man, what a what a move today. This is I mean, it's been a great week, but this is the big move today. This is the smoothest I think, anyway, the smoothest it has traded, without any large put, because I do recall seeing it on these days, but I sort of remember it going up, down, up, down, up, down, and not really like this, that's for sure. So, William, what time today? 3:30, 3 o'clock now. 3 o'clock. Okay, good. All right, guys. So I will be taking off in probably about 2:30 or so. William says he'll keep the room open until 3. I'll stay later if there are questions, of course. Oh, good, good. I'm glad, Pacesetter, you learned something today. Okay, so I see your question. How did I go? First of all, Nick, did you? You're not a you didn't subscribe to Go No Go, did you? I don't think you did, right? Yeah, I don't know, Stephen. I mean, you could have said the same about Serve. Why didn't Holly pick up Serve? But something's gone on with the AI today. I don't know if it's. Oh, anyway, just give me a moment. I want to ask. Well, you can still enter. Nick, you can still. I don't know. Like, do you have a subscription? You're confusing the heck out of me. I keep thinking you have a subscription, but maybe you don't have a subscription at all to anything. Do you have a subscription to Trade Ideas at all? I don't know what you mean by yes, I can enter. You can enter into the contest if you have a subscription. If you're, are you part of this test drive, or did you take out a subscription like a normal, call it a normal subscription? Are you part of the test drive, Nick? Okay. Yeah. So you can be part of the contest. Absolutely. Starts on Wednesday. Let me put that in here still because people can still sign up for the test drive. They get the balance of today. I mean, today's almost over, but you also will be able to enter the contest next week, Wednesday to Friday inclusive, a stock picking contest using just the AI alerts. And whoever makes the most money at the end of the day on Friday at 4 o'clock is the winner of a $3,000 Amazon gift certificate. So if you click on the test drive link right now, you'll get the balance of today plus until July the 29th. And all you have to do is read, okay? Well, I can't answer that, Nick. You said even with the subscription level has nothing to do with Go No Go. Go No Go is an add-on. Okay, so it was made available in a kind of a convoluted way for people in the test drive. But anyway, let's move on. Well, Shady, yeah, but what I found out yesterday was that you can trade the symbols that are in the AI channel. Okay, so now I see. Now I have got this. This is AI long. Okay. I guess they're segmenting this now. I mean, this is I'm on a new development build. You guys probably will not see this. So you can trade these symbols. Okay. Notice today nothing in here, and if I click on the short, I wish they wouldn't do that, but oh well. They've segmented it. If you only want to look at long plays, so here they are. So you could trade any one of these. So even though there's no AI alert today, you can trade any one of these. Oh, you do. You do have these channels. Okay. And then here's the short version. Okay. So there's that. So that's what you can do. So on a day like today, when there are no alerts for today, you still have all these symbols to trade. And because this is short, it says it doesn't mean you have to go short. Okay, you can trade them any way you want. You want to go long, you want to go short. Okay, and the same thing with the other one in the long. You don't have to go long. You can trade them any way you want. Any way you can make money trading them. Is there a way to show the symbol list? Helped us filter an alert list by the symbol list the other day. Is there a way to show the symbol list matches as a column? You mean sort of like in an Excel spreadsheet type column? Not really. I mean, you'd have to. Not really. I mean, you can create your top list window, okay, and put no filters in it, and just attach the symbol list, and then you'll see all the symbols that are in there. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? Talking to Ramzak in our YouTube room. So you take your symbol list, attach it to a top list window, and if you don't put any filters in there, then you'll just see a list of the stocks. I want to know where the symbol came from, like in the alert window itself. um I don't quite understand the question. I mean, obviously you can name the symbol list or your top list, long list, short list. So I mean, here's an alert window. Okay. So here's RR. Now, if you wanted to put RR into a symbol list that you've already created, you can do something like this. If you said, I want this, it's not going to automatically do it, of course, but if you said, I want RR into like a long, I want, okay, so let's just say you looked at this RR that came into your alert window and you said, boy, I want to put this into a symbol list and I want to put that into my long list. Is that what you mean? As an example. Because what you can do is you can take this and say right click and send RR2 symbol lists. And then if you created a list that's called long list, you'll see it. I mean, I've got a lot of symbol lists here. And you can just direct it to the symbol list you want if you wanted to call it long list. No, you can't do that. In other words, you're trying to say that you want to have like here and have some kind of a column that says symbol list and display where it is. No. Okay. But you can't put that in here if that's what you're talking about. You cannot have a column as a symbol list. I see what you mean. No, you can't do that. You can do this. I mean, you can just send it, but I don't know if that's really what you want to do. Send it to the list you want, and then it goes into that. But you cannot have a column like that is entitled symbol list. Yeah, no, unfortunately you can't. No. When you look at properties, sorry, configure and columns, unfortunately, I see what you mean. It'd be what you want to have is maybe a list of your symbol lists here that you could just say, click on it and it goes in there. Yeah, no. And then it appears as a column. Unfortunately not, no. Meanwhile, William is just making money. PSNL, so let's take a look. Was that shortable for me, number one? And the answer is, tons of shorts. 1.7 million at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, well, we got 1.71 at in Interactive Brokers. True enough, and there's Pepe piping in. Yeah, that symbol could be in multiple lists. Here is another sneaky one, guys. This SHIM, another kind of sneaky one. It just has been doing, on a few days ago, this was $1.50, got up to 4.38 this morning or today. So is this an IPO? Yeah, here we go. I'm sure you must have mentioned it, Casa or Draw. IPO, QMM, Q triple M, 8.6 million. So only 2 million shares, a little over 2 million shares at $4 a share. So again, nothing too exciting. Why is that? Because it's still at the IPO price. But you never know next week. Now, is this a Hong Kong? So it's a China stock, guys. Yeah, Hong Kong. So we'll have to watch this tomorrow. Put a price alert, a little bit above that. See if it takes that out next week. I'll put a price alert at 5. Okay, see if it takes it out sometime next week. Okay, guys, let's see. LTRY, that was a pretty active one yesterday. Remember it got up here through the 200-day, pulled back down through the 200-day. LTRY. I'm just looking at ones that have won a race. Any? I haven't seen any sphere. Is that sphere 3D? I haven't seen this one in a long time. Haven't seen this one in a long time. The JCSE. Okay, guys, I think I'm caught up on all questions. I'm checking through YouTube. I think I'm caught up on all the YouTube questions. If you asked a question in the main room and I didn't answer, maybe just repost it. Okay. I think I'm caught up on all questions though. And we're getting close for me anyway, 2:05 now. So I'll have maybe another 30 minutes. Yeah, nothing, Andrew. It's kind of weird. Nothing. No AI alert today. Guys, this one could be an interesting one as a short, okay? INST, it broke down through the 200-day moving average today. I mean, it got as high as, wow, I mean, it's got as high as 2763 and it sold, I mean, I don't know, maybe that was a fake, I don't know. But anyway, let's say that was more real, but it has been selling off, and it's through the 200-day moving average, through the whole number that I love, but more importantly, when you look left on the weekly chart, look how much room it's got, 2188. It's got about $1 to the next low. So this is a, potentially interesting short. And that's the INST. I do not use a MACD indicator, no. You can see on my charts, I have a 10 SMA and that's it. And then the 200-day moving average, that's it. Now, having said that, this go, no go, I believe has, it does have some indicators in it that I don't know what the formula is. And it's sort of a combination of a bunch of indicators, I guess. MACD may be one of them. But as far as on my charts, no, I don't use. Now, if you ask me why, I say my simple answer would be this. When I first started trading, I had every indicator on my charts and got so confused, didn't know what I was looking at. And so I started, removing them one by one. And then, because I was just sort of a momentum trader, price and volume really was all I needed. Now, the people are out there listening to me and thinking, well, that's crazy. I use a MACD and I use RSI and I use stochastics and it works great for me. Great. I'd never tell anybody not to. But I just found for me personally, it just got too confusing. So I just, got rid of virtually everything. I mean, I'm aware of the VWAP. Yes, I'm aware of the VWAP. I don't have it on the chart, but I'm always aware where the VWAP is, where the 200-day moving average is. Great. If they work for you, Andrew, keep doing it. Now, when you say alter the history, you mean you can go back along, like, yeah, well, I don't know. I think, well, okay, let's just do this. Getting so complicated. I know the idea was kind of okay, but I don't know. I guess Pepe, because I'm trying to think. Okay, what would happen if somebody? How are we going to know? Like, are we supposed to go through the history and go back as long as we want? But there'll have to be a buy, but there'll have to be a buy or a sell on the chart. So at least we will know. Waiting for Godot, guys. G dot on the way down here. Let me get rid of this. SPY's having a bounce, a very minor bounce. Yeah. Well, it's a bounce though. That's the second biggest green candle today. Oh, but I understand. I just pulled this up because it showed up in some, I don't know, scan. It's pretty extended now, Nick. Okay. I mean, and also look left. It looks like it could be coming into that little support area, 920. That's a low. It might stall right there. It's gone from 969 down to 920 almost straight. So it looks like, will that be a support? I don't know. That little low right there got right down to the penny. Well, yeah, if you see it up here, sure. If you see it up here, yeah. But again, Nick, you don't know it's going to do this. There's no crystal ball that's going to say, okay, I'm seeing G dot right there. I'm going to pile in because it could just stop. Nobody knows it's going to keep doing this. Now, there could have been a bit of a clue to know that it could keep going down because when you look left, there was room for it to run. That would have been the clue that it could have kept going. But on the other hand, I wouldn't have taken this because look at the 200-day moving average. So even if I'd seen this at 960 or something like that, I would not have taken it until it maybe cleared the 200-day moving average at 950. And then I'm looking down here and thinking, is 30 cents enough? Probably not for me, because I'm not going to take it ahead of it potentially being stopped at or supported at that 200-day moving average. It's not the AI. It's got nothing to do with the AI. This is just a scan. This is not the AI. There is no way to see what stocks they are trading. No, Dragonfly Dreamer in a YouTube room. That would be unfair, right? Because some people are finding a little gem on their own, so that's what they're trading. The only difference in this one is that it has to be current AI, and hopefully there'll be some on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and past AI alerts. But there are a lot of past AI alerts. Because remember, Nick, the AI normally, I mean, this is just an abnormal day, okay? Normally the AI has some alerts, and the earliest alert is at 940. Now we've had days in which you're getting some alerts right at 940, so those could be starting out. It's only 10 minutes into the market. But some will look at this, the G dot, and say, oh, okay, maybe this is going to bounce. Maybe I'll play a bounce play on it. Okay, I'm not saying that you're going to, but because it may stall right at that low. You should practice trading in the simulator, Nick, because there's no hard and fast answer to a lot of these that you're asking. A lot of it is you're going to have to understand how to read a chart. And there's no infallible. The AI is certainly not infallible. I'm not infallible. All I'm seeing all day long are typically stocks that are trading abnormally. Is HE moving up or down? That was a big one earlier today. Okay, it's going to curl up. So there you go. Here's an example of if you have the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. We all knew that Hawaiian Electric was a active one in the pre-market. Well, it was active after hours, very active in the pre-market. So if you have a way in which you put a thumbnail chart and just sort of, and then see that 10 SMA, and when it popped above it and came back down into it, you might say to yourself, okay, I think this is holding it. That is good. That is good support. I'll take the trade and see what happens and put my stop just below it. Very simple. Click on New and Brokerage Plus and start to practice. I mean, you should get the mechanics of how to do a trade in the simulator, okay? I mean, that's simple. I showed earlier, here's the Brokerage Plus. You just click on New, Brokerage Plus. This window will show up. You'll be in the simulator. Pick a symbol. Let's pick HE. Loads here. Pick how many shares you want to trade. 400 shares. You're going to buy it. Send it. Done. Okay. I'm just showing you the mechanics of doing it. I'm not saying that's, you should do this one with that number of shares and all, but I'm just showing you the mechanics of doing it. You want to get out of the trade, you just highlight the trade and click flatten. That gets you out. Or you could get out of half your trade, or you could double your position. And you can also practice swing trading in the simulator. So if I don't, this one, I can't even remember when I took this one, the CNK. I was showing how to take a trade, and I must have gone, well, I could go into the execution area, but took this at 1887. Surprised it's up, with the way the market was. So, up $1,000 in the simulator. Just do what I did. Click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, New, Brokerage Plus. And now, when you do that, okay, so when you do that, it'll probably say not connected, okay? It says not connected. So when you click on New and then Brokerage Plus, New, Brokerage Plus, this is the window that you're going to see. You may have different column headers, but it probably will say not connected. Now it may automatically put you into a paper trade account. I'm not sure. This is what it's showing for me. All you have to do is click on the not connected, and then now you're connected. That's different from what I'm used to. When in the contest, you'll see when you do that, you'll see there will be a contest account that you have to trade in. Maybe they're making you do it up here now. So go to brokers and trade ideas, paper trading, connect. Again, I'm in a development version, so I don't know if that's what you're seeing. I'm sorry. Because it used to be you just click on no, I guess you always had to do this. Anyway, that's how you do it. Now you're in the simulator, and now you can practice. You click on a symbol. The symbol will load in this box right there. You can pick how many shares you want from this drop-down menu, or pick the exact number of shares you want. You want to go into the market, what you can do if the bid ask is, only a penny, you can go into the market. You'll get filled at 1774. Click the buy, and then click send, and then you're in. So if the market keeps falling, here's another one, guys. That might be, it's still up for the day, but the money line, this is a gap up and reverse, a gap up and reverse. It's late though. I'm not doing anything. It's 2:26. I'm heading out pretty soon, but and that's from the gap continuation or reversal scan. And if you're wondering, well, why so late? Well, remember the trigger is the low of the day. So, the opening candle, the low of that candle was 66.43, I guess. Actually, I'm wrong. Before all the filters were met, it didn't meet the filter requirements until it hit 65.59. So a couple of pennies ago. Talking about this one, Nick, this one right here, the race. The other scanner in the middle, is that what you mean? This one? Okay, it's on my home page. Let's go to my home page, go to the scan section, and it's the top left-hand one. I'll show you where. So click on my homepage link and just scroll down until you see the scan section right here. Here are all the scans I'm sharing. That's the one right at the top. I know it's not the same name, but it is it. Two other races based on market cap you can also take a look at. They're based on these tree maps, but that's the one you're talking about right here. Is right here, right the top left-hand corner. Okay. And all the other scans I'm sharing, including the gap continuation or reverse that I just showed you. This is a very active one. This keeps me going all day, with ideas, the momentum scan, and it's right here. Pulse resumes over here. All right, guys, it's almost 2:30. If there are questions, I'll stick around. I have no problem sticking around. What I'm going to do now, though, is I will put the YouTube link, the main trading room link into a YouTube. William says he'll keep that room open for another half hour. So again, if you click on my homepage link, people in YouTube, you click on my homepage link and right up here, trading room, okay? That'll get you into the main room, as I call it, which is going to be open for another half hour. Not by me, though. No screen sharing and nobody's on the mic. But there's still people in the room talking about stocks. No, I asked if there was one, and there doesn't appear to be one, DT. Okay, I will do it. Write this down. Now, my machine's going to go crazy because I'm going into the web-based version, and my machine will go crazy. So sorry about that. Now, first thing you'll have to do is go to the channel, because you're going to want to see. Now, this is the tricky part. I just don't know. I wish somebody could give me the flippity flip answer. Okay, so here you are in the AI right here. Okay, so these are now, again, no alerts today. Now, where is there a history? Oh, good, there is a history. Yesterday time frame. So it's not quite as easy. You're going to have to, because if you want to trade, you can trade, stocks that happened in the past. You can pick a time frame. The reason I say that is because if there are no, obviously on a day like today, well, imagine if this contest was starting on today, and you could only trade current AI, there'd be nothing to trade. So that's why you can go to the history and you can see previous AI trades. So I would probably keep it on history so you can see previous AI trades. But again, I'm sorry. I really am sorry, because in the downloadable application, you'll see a lot more. You can maybe pick time frame and pick a long enough time frame, so you'll see a lot of the AI alerts. Okay, because again, you can trade any AI alert that happened in the past. So you probably would want to go and get this time frame working so you can have a whole list of stocks that you might want to trade. Okay, so that's number one, because you're going to have this open in order to see the trades. That is correct. You can only trade the AI. This was the idea for this particular contest. Now, next. Yeah, you can't. This is what I'm going to say. You can't. You have to go here. This is what makes it convoluted. So this is a link. Yeah, there was no AI alert today. There was not one alert today. So in that, this is the trade. So this is hopefully what you see. Okay, this is hopefully what you see. Something, no, obviously not going to say Barry, but this is our. Okay, hopefully this is what you see. So when you D2, when you click on that link that I put in. Well, I was hoping, though, that when you click on my trade ideas, that this little guy would work. All we want is for this little guy to work. If that's not going to work, then you're going to have to toggle back and forth. You're going to have to see an AI alert. And then go into here and trade it. It's not going to be easy. See, the last contest we had, it didn't matter because there were lots of, all the active ones were in this window, in here in this market scope. You could go, but the AI is not in here, unfortunately. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. Give me a moment. Well, it's not, you're not bothering me, but what Pepe is saying, you see, this is how you're going to have to do it. Okay. You see what happened here? I got knocked out because I'm in here. I'm in here. Now, if I see a stock I want to trade, then I get, I mean, it's not going to be, it's not the easiest thing to do. I see a stock I want to trade, then I can use this to put the symbol in here and then trade it using this little, this little guy here. The only thing I could suggest doing is writing down the symbols, that are in the AI, and on a piece of paper, and then then you can input them in. Then you can input them in here, I guess. Trade ticket. I mean, I've never used this. Okay, I've never used this. So for the trade ticket, but how would I change buy now? Okay, so it's not going to be easy, DT. Yeah, it's not a matter of not working. What I'm doing is just showing you how you have to do it. You'd have to see the AI alerts, in the web-based version, see the AI alerts, maybe copy them down on a piece of paper, and then input them in here. Yeah, they use parallels. I think most of the people at Trade Ideas that have a Mac, they'll use parallels. Some will use even AWS, Amazon Web Service. Now, as Pepe pointed out, you can actually get a free 14-day trial of parallels, which of course would work perfectly for the 3-day contest. Yeah, well, it's probably I'll put that in there. Because then the thing is, Pepe, in theory, you've got 2 subscriptions going, and the exchange, it's all about I think we'd love to do that, but the exchanges will want their money. I think that's the reason. They'll look at that as 2 separate subscriptions. And the exchanges say, okay, you got to pay us for both those subscriptions. Whew. Okay, guys. Well, I think I'm out of here now. Unless there's another question, no, I have no problem sticking around. But if there are no more questions, I think I will take off. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions. So, well, William will only keep the main room open for another 20 minutes anyway. So have a great weekend. And, if you're in the test drive, take a look at trade ideas over the weekend. You can have my scans. You can take a look at them. Of course, the market's not open, but at least take a look at the 10 videos, especially alert windows and top list windows, so you understand what they are. And I'll get back on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. Now the main room will be open probably a little bit before 8. William or Chris usually opens the room a little bit before 8 o'clock. So you can head in there, but I don't get on the mic until 9. Have a great weekend. We'll see you then. You too, Michael. And now I've got to shut down the YouTubers.